Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
we're back. I think we have audio. I think we're live. Are we going into space? Who knows at this point? With these technical difficulties, we could be going into space. This is Apollo 13, signing off. Anyway, welcome everyone. That was a good way to start, wasn't it? Especially for an episode with this name. Anyway, welcome everyone. We have half an announcement, I guess. We're going to do a giveaway on a Discord in the very near future. And it's going to be something more than just a random giveaway. It's going to be something where you have to work for it this time. And it's still going to be fun, I promise.
Gotta go to work.
Copyright time. Yep. Oh, good. No, I think we're going to put in some more details very soon. But it's going to be on the Discord. So if anyone is interested in more dice, it will be a dice giveaway. Because we have a wonderful set of dice that Behold Games are going to sponsor us. So that's
Clicky
really
clacky
cool.
math rocks.
Clicky clacky. Clickety clacky. They're cool.
Oh, that's a lot of dice.
This is just my like.
So
This
some
is
of
just
them.
my normal. Yeah, this is just like some of like.
Yeah, I have.
This is like 1/20th of my collection.
I have these ones on my dice tray that rolls sometimes good. And I have a whole chest here.
Nice.
Yeah, with dice of random nature. Anyway, that's not what we're going to talk about today. We are going to play Dungeons and Dragons, where we're going to be using said dice. So, welcome to Monsters and Mayhem. My name is Tom. I am the producer and dungeon master of Monsters Mayhem. I guess I said it twice. And if you have more dice than bucket list endeavors that you hope to finish before you get gray hair, then you come to the right place. For me, it's already too late. Anyway, let's do a short recap of what happened last time. The very last thing that happened was that you were denied any assistance from the Mourners Council for their younger generation to help you track down this individual. However, in the morning after you were denied, you were woken up by Little Wolf, who had decided to give you a hand anyway. He gave you some bags. Sean found some missing gold in his boots and his clothes and his bag. And you eventually started heading off trying to find where this individual came from and where he was going. And that's where we left off. So currently, the three of you are in the snow, traveling towards where you just came from, on the mountain, where some of you almost died falling off.
Again, Allison's just false accusations.
And there is a bit of a storm still.
For the next 25 years.
Yes, 25 years. Oh
It's a
man,
little
24 years and 364 days.
Yeah.
You can count if you want.
So, to clarify as well, we basically headed out and we are following Little Wolf now, or is it that Little Wolf has pushed ahead and we are sort of keeping in track with the direction they had?
You are with him. He's trying to figure out where this person came from, where you came from. So you have to kind of lead him a little bit back to where you came from.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't really know specifically where you were. And one of the other things that happened at the very end was also that Sean had a bit of a conversation with his wife. Among other things.
Something like that?
Yes, correct. So that's where we'll begin today's episode. In the snow, on the way back to where you came from.
Alrighty.
Anyway, we'll be attempting to catch up with Jean while we're walking,
Yeah.
depending on how amenable he is to a catch up.
Yeah. I'd say Jean would be
Cooled off now?
kind of. I think he'd be like speaking, but he wouldn't be like these long answers. Like it'd be these pretty shortcut, like just enough to give you whatever you're asking. Yep,
Fair.
no good, that sort of thing.
That's what I thought.
But yeah, he's a little bit grouchy
Good.
on the trip.
Yes,
Uh,
that is understandable.
hey, Mr. John.
Mm.
I want to have a serious conversation with you for a bit. I feel like there's I don't know, something weird between us. We're not very good at communicating, but I think you're my friend.
Yeah. Look, we're definitely friends, and I may have overreacted a bit last night. We had the discussion that I did want to see what it was like, and I feel like you sort of looking into my mind the way you did when you did probably gave me a better idea of what it's like than if I was sitting there ready and looking for what to expect.
Yeah, it sucks. I suppose it feels like I didn't really have your consent. So, but I thought I asked for it. So, can I? And I'll hold out like a little twig for him to hold. Don't take it. Don't take it unless you want me to do what I'm gonna do. I won't do the mind thing. It's just I just want to do a little thing. I don't actually need to give you something to do the magic, but I've been giving you things to let you know because you don't understand magic. So I wanted to give you something physical, like when I'm gonna cast a spell on you, so that you can give your consent. Is that?
Oh, okay. All right. Reaches forward and gingerly grabs it.
So it'll be like a little twig, like a matchstick, and the end of the twig will light on fire, and then using control flames, it'll like come into the image of a man and a woman that are similar to John and his wife, kind of just dancing slowly in a circle. I can concentrate on that, and if you say stop, I'll stop.
Yeah, all right. I think it's good to stop.
And then it'll go out. So
the twig away in a pocket or something.
Yeah. So with the straw and the cork and the bead and all of those things, like the grasshopper leg, I gather stuff for my spells, and then I need to use them, but you don't. And but I hope you know now, so at least you can tell me not to earlier.
Understood. I appreciate you clearing these things up. Yeah, and I do want to apologize for the way I lashed out. We had the discussion. I guess I just wasn't clear enough that I meant at a particular time.
You have nothing to apologize for, Mr. John. As you can see, it's horrible. It's not pleasant.
Nope.
So that man in the wagons, and how upset he was. You guys all seemed so confused that he was going to be upset. So when I ask you if you want me to do that spell on someone, I won't do it on someone who wants to be our friend, because they won't be.
Understood. I think the confusion came more from the admittances sort, but I think I get what you're getting at with it. Slowly, I think I'm getting a better grasp of this whole magic thing, and I appreciate you for helping me along the way with it.
Yeah, and those things that I give people, I can find them again. I can find everyone that we've met that I've given a flower to. So if anyone ever asks if they should keep it, like someone like you that might not trust someone like me, tell them it's magic because it is.
All right, understood. Could be very useful, I guess. If I have someone we don't trust, or someone we find out is not trustworthy, I guess to have a ping on their location, or at least a rough idea, is a pretty damn good thing.
Yeah, or someone we want to look after. Like I gave it to that child. If we want to find them again, if we're watching, I gave everyone in the party one. I mean, they didn't throw them away. If they throw them away, then that's no good to us. But you know.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's good thinking. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted today. Yeah, yeah. Sort of gonna slow down my steps a little bit and try encouragingly to do the same, and then just lean over a little bit and be like, "What do you think of this little wolf character?"
It's a really big deal to do what he did.
Hmm.
So he's either really bad or really good.
I know this may sound a little crazy, but I've been pretty paranoid lately, and I think that's one of the reasons why I sort of behaved the way I did last night. But do we know for sure this is Little Wolf? We've had a house that called us in and enticed us to swallow us. We've had someone else sort of wander us through the city streets claiming to be someone else, only to steal the thing we were meant to be guarding. Another, I mean, technically the same probably, claimed to be a god and encouraged me to do certain actions. Do we know for certain this is Little Wolf? Like, if someone can take images of other people and look like them, just wander into camp, I mean, they really wouldn't be risking anything. They'd just be claiming to do so.
I mean, I can check.
Or you can?
I'll cast Detect Magic.
Right.
Just as a note, while that conversation's happening, Celeste would be having a conversation with Little Wolf as well when we get to that.
Let me just look something up because this is an interesting question. Damn you, Ingwe. I just need to look something up.
Shut paranoia finally getting the better of him.
And then we will, I'll extend my stride so that I get 30 feet up, kind of away from Mr. John. Because I imagine we'd be a little bit.
Right. Okay. Cool. Cool. Okay. Cool.
Like
Little Wolf is not magic. He's not affected by magic. He does have items on him that is magical.
Yeah.
The snow leopard is magical.
Yes.
And Mana has magical items on her
yeah.
as well. But other than that, he's pretty clean from what you can see. Like you can see, he's affected by magical items, but it seems more like trinkets of a smaller nature. They don't seem to be powerful things. It seems more like enchanted stones and stuff like that for whichever reason.
Yeah. And the School of Magic on the snow leopard.
Good question.
As long as it's, I mean, if you say it's illusion, that's kind of the only one I care about.
Let me just check. I don't think it is actually illusion. That's a very good question. I did not prepare for this one. Holy shitballs. For once, you caught me within my pants. That is a really good question. I actually never knew that. Let me just see here.
Even if I can just gather if he's magical like Jean's cloak, is he a similar kind of magical to John's cloak? You know, the wolf that got killed. That's a cloak that.
No.
A different kind of magic.
It is not. I cannot actually find which type it is.
Okay.
So I will just try to find.
You've told me the information kind of that I'm looking for anyway. I'm not actually a wizard. I'm just pretending to be one. So then my last question is, would I know, like, if a dragon had wild shaped into a man, that he wouldn't be magical, would he? That wouldn't show up and detect magic.
I can't see what I'm looking for, so I'm just
Yeah.
gonna tell you yes, it's a
Okay.
wild shape.
It's a wild shape. Okay.
So snow leopard frostbite is in wild shape.
Yeah. Okay.
I wasn't expecting you to figure that one out soon enough, but yeah, cool. No worries.
I'm gonna start talking to it later if I didn't. So maybe next session. Yeah, I figured. And then I'll catch back up to Mr. John and or slow down so he can catch up.
What?
Well, he's definitely not changing his form. He's got things on him like we do. But the snow leopard is like me, or it's not a snow leopard. It's a snow leopard, but it's maybe someone else has changed it, or like when I changed to Jam.
Sure.
If you Jam's shorter, but if you hit me above the head, hit me where my head would be, that's where you'd hit.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's like an illusion. Because I don't change my form. But
Yep.
when I turn into the wolf, if you hit where my head is, there's nothing there because I'm not there. I'm the wolf. The wolf head is my head.
Right. Okay. I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah. but I could actually I can't do that. At home, I could make myself look like a box, and then hide in the box. But my arms didn't change, and he's not doing that.
Okay. So this is something more akin to when you change into animals.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
sort of thing. That puts me a little more at ease.
But not pretending to not be what they're. Yeah, it could be a furball. When should I?
Maybe.
That'd be cool.
Might be worth asking. That's definitely put me a little more at ease, knowing that they ain't disguising themselves. Although, it does make me curious about why the leopard's been keeping themselves hidden to an extent.
Maybe they just like being a leopard.
Yeah.
Or maybe someone else
Maybe.
turned them into a leopard too. That's a possibility.
Wait, you can do this to other people?
Yeah. Yeah, it's different. You turn into that. Anyway, it's real complicated.
All right. Yeah. Start with the easy stuff. Work my way up. I got it. All right. Well, we better catch up before it starts looking odd. We're this far back for this long.
Yeah. Celeste, is there anything in particular you want to talk to him about?
Yeah, so I guess leaving the camp and kind of walking down the, not really a road, I guess, pathway, Stas will kind of jog, tying her hair back as she runs and catch up to him. Just kind of nudge his shoulder as he's walking. Just go,
Yes.
thanks for that. We were under the impression that we'd be given no assistance.
Well, officially you haven't.
What's for the cloak and dagger?
Sometimes the elders don't know the best. And this is one of those cases. I believe that we have been spending a lot of time defending ourselves, and we're spending a lot of time fighting outsiders, that we have forgotten to live with outsiders. And I don't like it. I would wish to live in peace, and if we're going to live in peace, we have to also learn to live with these individuals, if they are orcs or whatever they are. But people seem to be consumed by hate so much that they forget sometimes there are other ways.
Hate is akin to fear, and I feel as though many people fear what they do not know. And if you have been isolated for as long as you say, then it doesn't surprise me that people that have been around much longer than you might not have the same ideals.
No, I understand. It's just me and Frostbite here. We have a tendency to upset the balance, but I'm also willing to sacrifice myself for what I believe. That's why I am doing this. And if
And I certainly wouldn't wish for you to sacrifice yourself on us, on our behalf. But I do understand that you'd be risking something similar to exile for helping us.
I think that decision has already been made.
Your sister, you trust her to take charge in your stead?
She's good at what she do. I hope that a little bit of me have rubbed on her.
Well, I'll give you this much. You're much more understanding than she is from the brief impression that we got. But I'm glad that it is you with us out here rather than her. You and your pet.
I wouldn't call her my pet, I would call her my friend.
God, like Ingwe. Well,
She's free to come and go as she pleases.
that's a good thing that she's here then.
Indeed.
So where exactly is it that we're heading? That you're leading us?
Well, I'm trying to find wherever you came from. You're leading me back to wherever it was that you came, and then I can try to track this individual from there.
Right. This tracking ability that you mentioned,
Yes.
how does it work exactly?
I kind of attune to the snow in a way like you would attune to a magical item. And it will show me the slightest indents in the snow that is caused by unnatural variations, like footprints, or similar, or tracks from a cart, or something like that.
It's very handy.
It's very minuscule, but the older we get, the more it grows.
It's very interesting. So some sort of innate ability. Are you taught it when you're young, or is it something that you're just born with?
Something the shard has blessed us with. We all have our own individual gifts that we have been granted in response to our faithfulness to Liaru and Shard.
Well, you're very lucky then. I suppose it's not so common anymore, at least not where I'm from. The gods to bless large groups of people. So,
Well,
at least not by default.
I don't think it's by default either. I think we are the last of our people, and I think that one day when we are no longer here, there will be no more Mona, there will be no more Frost Elves. But we would have contributed, hopefully, to something more than simply waiting.
Well, I suppose that's what you're doing right now, isn't it?
I'd like to think so.
Perhaps we can strike a new legacy.
Hopefully.
Not one of waiting, but one of action. I must warn you, though, this individual that we're chasing, they are dangerous. They have killed, stolen, and I just want you to be aware. Isn't just a normal petty thief that we're chasing.
Right. Thank you for the heads up. I expected as much.
If anything does go wrong, I do expect you to run, and not sacrifice yourself and put yourself in harm's way for our sake. We will consider the favor equal, should you lead us there, and no more.
We'll see. Depends on the situation, I believe.
Right, well, I have to admit, I'm a little bit turned around. Ingwe, do you recognize this tree here? Have we passed it? I don't recognize where we are exactly. I'm not too good with knowing where we are in relation to where we've been.
Right.
Do you want me to roll, or do I recognize? Like I'm
You
at the
could-
moment.
I'd
As
say you
turn
can
around,
recognize it pretty
I
well.
am-
Like,
currently asking the trees to drop their seeds so that I can give them to somewhere else, somewhere far, far away. And they understand me, but I don't understand them.
right. But you can definitely remember where it is. You know the direction you came from. It was pretty big land masses. It's just about pinpointing where you entered. And after maybe 20 minutes more of walking or so, you eventually end up pretty much where you came from, a little lower down from where you were, but he stops you and he says, I think I have some tracks here. I can see that
Sure they're not ours.
there's a set of tracks here that's similar to your little green friend. One set of tracks that seems to be from Sean, one from you, Miss Celeste, and one from Ingwe, as far as I can see. 4 sets of tracks coming down, but then I have another set on its own.
I can't imagine this area gets too much foot traffic.
Well, I can see from your tracks that you have been here for less than a day at this point when you arrived, and I can see that the footsteps seem to be slightly older. Maybe a day.
Sounds like it.
Right.
I imagine they're smaller too.
Well, how does this individual look like? Do you have any idea?
Have we seen him?
You haven't seen him. You've only seen Jane.
Oh yeah.
How tall? Jane was a halfling, right?
Yes?
Yes. So they can't have been potentially, unless they polymorph themselves or something.
Slightly
Foot.
smaller, more gnome-sized, I'd say.
So I know what a leprechaun looks like in terms of stature.
Yes. So basically like a gnome, but with pointy ears and sometimes a fanged smile, depending on which ones you believe or which one you meet. You've definitely met or seen some that has been devious but not evil, and this individual seems a little different.
So I guess I'll describe what Jane looks like.
Right.
And then I'll also give just a vague interpretation of what I believe this individual is to look like. Obviously, no specific features because I've never seen them, but a
Right.
description of like short with pointy ears and sometimes
Do you describe a man or a woman?
man.
Okay. Because he would point that out too, that he can see on the way that the feet are aligned that it is a man, not a woman.
Very fancy.
Right. Well, it seems we have some tracks. It seems to be leading towards the Eisenfall where you were not so long ago.
All right.
Hopefully, the individual will be there, but we will see. It'll be a little bit of traveling, so hopefully you're warm enough.
Quite toasty actually. This coat does wonders.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Right. Well then, shall we? He starts leading you off into the snow.
Are we going uphill or downhill?
You're going downhill from here,
Okay, Celeste's
Sure,
not
the-
complaining.
base of the mountain where you came
If we were
from.
going uphill, she would have been complaining. Going downhill, we're fine.
Still fairly snowy and such. He leads you all the way back to Eisenfall. It takes a few hours to get there, really, and it's a beautiful place, but it's also cold and desolate. And in the sense of colors, there isn't a lot of colors. It's just white and gray. It's fairly depressive, but also in a way beautiful, depending on how you look at it. Eventually, you end up back in Eisenfall where you were before. And you can see that all the camps are still there on the other side of the bridge. The young man's still selling his fish and his hunted goods and such. There's other traders trying to sell different things as before. No one seems to take much notice of the snow leopard coming through the city either. It seems like they're common occurrences. Most of these individuals here are frost elves themselves. You keep following the tracks, and at one point he says, "We have to cross the bridge." He has gone the other way. He's gone through onto the bridge, and he has gone further inland.
Well, I was under no impression that they were going to make it easy for us, so I suppose it should have been expected.
Well,
Yep.
you can see here that it's probably not been more than still more like a day old. I feel we can capture him by keeping up, and I think that we can move faster than him once we know which direction he's gone. But on the other side of this bridge is going to be dangerous.
Celeste is going to throw up her cloak and kind of like pull so her skin is not showing, and suggest Mana do the same to disguise her appearance if she can.
Yep, she pulls the hood tight and puts her hands in her pockets and follow along. Right then. It's going to take a little bit of time.
This may sound like an odd question, but if they're capable of doing what they did to get here in the first place, and they've had at least a day, what happens if we get to that spot and we suddenly see markings on the floor akin to what we saw before?
Mr. John.
Yep.
I can't track them through the snow, but I can find the object. So actually, we can just find the thing that they stole, and then they'll want that, and then we can set an ambush if they've teleported away.
All right. Perfect.
And last night it was still that way.
All right. Good. All right, that puts a little more faith in me.
Are we worried about the people on the other side of the bridge, though? Or do you think when traveling with Mr. Wolf, at least publicly, we won't have an issue with the...
No, I definitely fear for our safety.
We
are traveling with Little Wolf or not.
We'll be entering Ogg territory very soon.
Mr. Wolf, I am the caravan on the other side. I offended them yesterday.
Good.
They're not happy with us, and we might have trouble.
Well, we'll sneak around if that is the case.
I will also turn into a frost elf, visibly frost elf.
Okay. Stops for a second. Gotta get used to that. Alright. Seems visibly uncomfortable by your change, but he moves on.
I've also got my hood up as well now.
Right. I'd say make a stealth check. You're trying to sneak past certain individuals who wanted you dead.
It's a straight roll for me, right? Or is camp not snowy enough to get my advantage? Because I got disadvantage because of the armor.
You're still in snow, so I'd say you're fine. You can use your advantage.
Sweet.
I got 19 minus 1 for 18.
Right. And Celeste?
22.
And Sean?
13.
Right. That's still pretty good. Like, you weren't even looking like yourself when you did this, so most of you at least know. So that's a pretty good roll. So you managed to just veer off a little bit to the left as soon as you get off the bridge and just kind of start heading away. To begin with, the snow is light. It's trodden down by horses and carriages and such. It's a little slushy. But at one point, the snow starts like crackling under your feet when you're walking. It starts becoming a little heavier. Goes all the way up to your knees almost. Mana has a little bit of a hard time, but because she's going to be in the back, she can still kind of walk through the path that's been dug through by you. Snow Leopard bounces back and forth in the front, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get across. You're pretty much in the open, which is fairly scary. You can see villages and cities in the far north. Some of them are the ones with the big bones sticking out that you can see. You can see fires as it gets darker, but eventually you have to camp for the night.
Where Where exactly are we supposed to camp? Is there any shelter or anything? Don't really.
Being sort of familiar with the snow and snowy environments for Jean, would he have any idea of like where the best idea, like sort of way to camp in these sorts of circumstances would be?
Make a survival check.
Alrighty, let's do it. Oh, 23.
Right. So, because it's so cold, and because there's so much snow and you're in the open, the only way to really do it is to have a small one-man tent, and then pitch it, and then bury it in the snow, and then spend the night in a igloo almost, and then dig your way out the next day. And Little Wolf is starting to do that. He's starting to dig a little hole, and he's putting up a little tent. And he says that he has added some stuff to your backpacks. One of them is a small foldable tent each.
Alright. I'll turn around and let the others know. Sort of best thing to do in this circumstance. We've got to dig out a bit of a hole, somewhat bury ourselves for the night, so to speak. Just do what Little Wolf's doing. It should be alright.
Well done, Mr. Sean. Not a lot of people know that.
I've been out in the snow a fair bit from the colder side of the Empire, so lots of nights out hunting.
Right. Well, let's get to it.
I cast bonfire on the ground underneath the snow. So steam rises, but not smoke.
Right.
Because it's symmetrical fire.
All right.
And then start figuring out my tent.
It takes you a little bit, some of you, but eventually you pitch your tents. Little Wolf, I'm assuming, puts up Celeste's tent because that's physical labor.
Yeah, she would, I suppose, feign incompetence.
Right.
Oh no, I just can't get this bit right.
Oh, it's too hard. Someone please. Oh, you're so good at this. Surely, if you show me how to do it once, then I can remember how to do it next time.
Right. No problem. So, how are you going to do the watches?
I'm happy to take first
I'll take
watch.
2.
So you take the first watch, and you take 2 watches, Celeste, and then Ingwe takes the third watch.
Mr. John,
Mhm.
can I swap with you?
Take first, I'll take last.
Yeah, because I want to do some magic before I go to bed.
Sure. Yeah. That's fine. I just want to either take the beginning or the end.
Right.
Do we think we're safe out here? Just
We're
kind of
absolutely
warm.
not safe, no. This is the safest we're gonna get for a long time, but
Can
I
we
think,
sorry, can we agree on a particular location that we're going to keep an eye on? As in, if we sit
North.
somewhere,
north is the problem.
right?
But I mean, it's unlikely, not impossible, that something may come from the south. But north is where most of the military forces are. But south is where the stronghold is. So in a way, it could come from both sides, but usually those people don't go too much north; they go south.
Right. So you believe that north is the most pertinent, I guess.
Yes, in my experience, north has always been the problem where things can get bad from. South is a rare occurrence. It seems the southern orcs are more secluded and more self-manageable.
Right. I'm just thinking to give us an extra layer of protection. And then she's going to turn towards the north. She's going to kind of look around for a second and look up at the sky. And wait for Little Wolf to point her to which way north is. And then she goes, right. And then she goes over. And then she, while everyone's doing everything else and getting ready for bed and doing their thing, she's going to spread out a large 10-foot like circle, and then she's going to get her finger, and she's going to start drawing like sylvan glyphs into the snow. And for the next hour, she is going to ritual cast a big glyph of warding on the ground. So if anyone tries to sneak up on us from that direction towards the camp,
Right.
things.
No problem.
So when she's finished, it will glow really bright green, and then die back down again, and it looks like there's nothing there. And then she'll go, we should be fine to walk across it. I've made sure that none of us here will trigger it, but just be on the safe side. If you do see anyone coming, this space here would be a good place to lead them towards.
Right. That is Fey magic.
Yeah, yes, it is, I suppose.
Interesting. It's been a while since I've seen Fey magic.
I wish I could say the same.
Well, we can team up together. I can take a watch with Mr. Sean. Frostbite can take one with Ingwe, and I guess Mana will take one with you, Celeste, if that's okay.
I prefer
Sure.
to take my watch on my own, if that's alright.
If you wish.
He's a very solitary type. She'll just whisper towards. First she goes back over to the fire.
Well, that is fair. So first watch would be Ingwe.
So I am not going to do that. No, while Celeste is doing that, I'm going to cast. What's the spell that I'm casting? My berries, good berry, and I'm also going to cast locate object again.
Right. It is still outside of your reach, but it is still
Mostly in the direction we're going.
mostly yes.
Yeah.
It is veering off a little bit from the direction you've gone so far, but he's
Yeah.
also been following tracks so far. So
Yeah, but it hasn't swung like back
No.
to 12. Yeah.
seems to be fairly much going in the same direction.
Cool. And yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Good berry and locate object. And then I will also recast water breathing.
Okay.
On just us actually at the moment. Water
Okay.
walk. I've actually did it wrong the other time, and water walk only lasts an hour, but water breathing lasts the day.
Okay, and you're casting water breathing.
Water breathing.
Okay. All right. Interesting choice, but good. Right. And I need you to make a perception check for the watch. Make one for frostbite.
21.
Right. Doesn't seem like there's anything out of the ordinary going on at the moment. Most of the night's escapades of creatures and such have died down, and it's almost like a deafening silence. This is why some people are afraid of the dark. But nothing happens during your watch.
Cool.
Frostbite just lays there, just looks north. Eventually just turns over and curls up and sleeps. On the next watch, Celeste and Mana. Is there anything in particular you want to do on your watch?
Yes, there's one thing that Celeste's going to do. Just kind of like sitting out and like looking towards the south, I guess. Kind of in that direction, because Mana can look towards the other way. And as she's sitting there, she's going to start kind of like playing with her hair. And then as she does, it starts glowing a little bit like at the ends. And she's going to say, I don't know if this will even reach you. I don't know if this will work. But I'm trying to find my way home. Found Alexander. He's okay. Miss you. Except to the you doesn't fit in the 25 words, and she's going to cast sending towards her mother.
Oh, okay. All right. Alrighty.
And there is a chance that it won't work, but she's just gonna try.
You don't get any response.
Just gonna break looks down and goes. Thought so. Won't stop me from trying though. And then I'll roll my perception checks.
Very well. Roll a perception check. I think you just got rated too, but I can't really see it.
Oh my god, Brotail Cast, thank you so much for the raid!
Thank you so much.
We
Well, we're
love
sending
you.
messages to mums. That sounded wrong. Right. Right.
Oh, yes, I love these dice so much, y'all. Ooh. What is this? Perception?
Yes.
19 for the first one.
Right. You don't really seem to notice much. There's not a lot that seems to be going on. It's, like I said, deafening silence in the snow. Towards the end of your shift, you do notice little blinks of light in the very, very, very far distance.
What colour is the light? Like firelight?
Like fire. Like, there's seen one, and then there's a little one flickering, and another one. There seems to be a few of them. But it's very far off in the distance.
Is our fire burning still?
It's not burning, you can't see it, it's underneath the snow.
Right.
Technically, it doesn't really give off light that way, it only gives off light this way, really. If that makes sense, because it's a magical fire. The bonfire thing.
Right. So, yeah, it's not like they would see our camp.
No. Not necessarily, at least, unless they get lucky, but from what you can see, it doesn't look like it.
And this is coming from the south, correct?
North. It comes from the
sorry.
north. But you noticed it when you were briefly talking to Mana or something. Because you didn't see it. But eventually it comes to a halt. And it is your turn is up. No, you have to roll twice here because you're taking 2 shifts, right?
Yes, I'll take 2
Great.
inches.
So roll another one.
Yes, just keeping a very keen eye on what's going on.
Mhm.
Oh my god, exact same roll, 19.
You notice more of these lights and more lights. And they seem to be moving faster than they did to begin with. Still very far off. Doesn't look like it's coming your direction. Looks like it's going more of a southwestern side. Looks like it may be following the river. It's a little hard to see from there. It's very far off in the distance. It might even be a day away. It's unclear from where you are. But there's definitely something moving. And it's seems to be picking up slightly in speed. But nothing else out of the ordinary seems to happen.
Doesn't look as though it's coming towards us.
No, it doesn't seem like it's going in your direction. You are more on the eastern side, but this is going more western side. So if you're here, instead of going towards you, it's going this way.
Right, okay.
Yes, eventually your shift is up.
Alright. I believe I'm next, right? Alrighty.
So she will tell Jean and kind of point them out in the very far distance and go, I don't think they're coming towards us. But just something to keep an eye on.
Alright. Where was that thing you put down? You said room 2? case they
Kind
come.
of just, if you just look like 30 feet out that way, see where that like kind of almost smooth patch of snow is? It's like that big circle, it's just there.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Right. Have a good one. I shall slap him on the head and give him a point of bardic inspiration. Go to bed. I'm sorry, on the shoulder. She's just like, have a good
Woke me up.
night.
What you doing? I get up.
To be fair, a good wake up would be good because he's just
Slap.
like still.
Fair. Right. Well, you wake up and you can also definitely see these lights growing slightly bigger and moving fast towards the north.
First thing Jean's going to do is he's going to reach into his bag and grab out his longbow and his arrows, which normally doesn't have out at the ready, so to speak. It's always in his backpack. Yep. So he's going to get that ready. Also going to reach in and grab what he has left of the bag of apples he bought some time ago.
Right. They're a little juicy at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I figure with that plus the fruit, like the icy nature, I'm hoping that they firm up a little. But he's,
apple cider.
Yeah. He's going to take them, just put them down next to him, sort of by his feet, near where he's standing, and then he's going to take one and he's going to throw it over on the snow near where the wood is, just to so he can keep track of it, because I imagine it's a lot of just flat snow. And
yeah, also like it's slightly snowing still, so it would be eventually covered slightly, though.
Yeah. So he's just going to use that as a bit of a marker, keep an eye on it type thing.
Okay.
And keep an eye out towards the individuals there.
Right.
Just looking up at the sky occasionally. Is it very cloudy tonight by chance?
It is not very cloudy. There's a lot of stars there. But there is definitely clouds moving in. Because there is a bit of a storm going not so far away.
Alright. Sean's going to sort of look up at the clouds, look back down at the individuals, the light. Shit. Alright. Eyes open tonight.
I need you to make a perception check as well.
With a D8, may as well use it.
Yes. I was like, he's got a really good bonus, but also it's a really bad roll. Where's the D8? There's the D8. Ooh, okay. Brings it to a 16.
Alright. You seem to be speeding up more. And you're starting to hear a noise. You can hear the sound of drums in the distance.
But they are still headed
They're not heading towards you. They're heading towards where you came from.
Okay.
And they seem to be mounted cavalry with torches, war drums, and as far as you can see, large war machines.
Alright. Sean's like shaking his leg, thinking if it's worth waking people up early. Would he know if he woke up people now, would it count as a long rest? Does he know if it would be like in the sense of, have we rested enough to be ready for the day?
It wouldn't be a long rest for everyone yet.
Yeah.
Celeste wouldn't have gotten any sleep yet.
Yeah, that's true. Shit. Fuck. No, leave it. We need the energy tomorrow. Perhaps afterwards, once everyone knows. He's just going to sit there and keep an eye on it, but he's going to be anxious, shaking his leg constantly, and have the bow at the ready in hands type thing, like the whole time until it is time to go.
Right. It definitely seems like something's going on, but it doesn't seem to come closer to you. And in fact, at one point, you kind of lose sight of it a little bit. You can't see the lights anymore. You can still hear the drums here and there. It seems to be muffled with other sounds. And then you start seeing large fires.
Okay.
You're unsure completely what it is, but it looks like the fires are meters high.
Is it in the direction that we came from, in the sense of where we came off the mountain, or is it in the sense of the town?
The town.
Yeah. Sean's going to take this time. What he's going to do is he's going to grab that apple that he threw into the center. He's going to move it over into the center of the ward, as close to the center as he can. He's then going to go turn and shake Ingwe awake. Ingwe. I got a feeling we got orcs or some sort of raiders. There's cavalry, war machines, all that up there now. They haven't hit it for us, but it looks like they've hit that town. I don't think it's safe for us to stay here because, I mean, that town seemed pretty well established. Why the hell would they just suddenly go out and attack that?
Maybe make wake Mr. Wolf before he would know. Leave the others asleep.
Yeah, I was thinking trying to let them go as long as possible. I know this may sound like an odd question because I think you've told me already, but dire circumstances. You aren't able to change into anything that can fly, right?
I could try. I mean, I could run really fast. I could be this. I could. You want me to go and check them out?
No. I was thinking, in case they're coming for us next, in case they pick up our trail, as we recently left there and they're on a big old hunt, I was going to get you to grab these apples, potentially drop them off in a different direction to where we were headed, try to create a trail of sorts, leading partly to
our trail.
Yeah.
So you want it to be obvious, not.
Yeah.
Well, instead of apples, why don't I be a horse or something big that's gonna like a cow, and I'll run through the.
I mean, it could, but it would seem odd to them maybe that a cow just suddenly was going through, right?
Wolf.
Oh.
Yeah.
Those damn snow cows.
What if you were able to take them out as you are, and then you became something tiny that wouldn't indent on the snow, and then you walk back to us, like a mouse or a beetle, or, I mean, not too small. I don't know how rough these winds can get.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you want me to go back and cover our tracks, and create a trail?
Well, I was thinking more so just creating a new trail from here, because I'm sure they'll be able to track us down to here.
Ahead of us. You want me to go ahead a different way?
Correct. Yeah.
And then go. And then go.
And then if you can change into something hopefully undetectable and meet us back here, and then we can head.
Yeah.
From
Okay.
here together.
So I'll go. Which way should I go? I'll go that way, and I'll make a big trail, and then I will turn. Then I'll walk on top of the snow, so I'm not making a trail, and be something light.
Very light.
Unexpected.
Yeah. I think that sounds good. Let me get Little Wolf though to confirm the direction we're headed today. Plus, they may have other insight.
He might want to go back for his people.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to do all this, and then next thing you know, we don't know where we're headed for the day.
So when I think I'm going to be a bear. When I'm a bear, I will not. Oh no, you want me to look like a human? Okay.
Well, I was thinking, if you stay as you are on the way there, they'll see human tracks or humanoid tracks.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll recognize that as similar tracks to what we've already left. Okay. Hopefully they'll go after those.
Yep.
And I figured the dropped apples will hopefully be enough to catch them and make them think that's the direction we're headed. But
okay.
And then you can leave the bag there that they came in torn or something, so it looks like that they were dropping out as we were walking or something.
Okay, good. Okay.
All right, let me go get Little Wolf regardless. I'm gonna run over, shake Little Wolf. Hey.
So he's in his own tent as well, and as you pull his little door aside, he's simply sitting there meditating with a big crystal in his hand. Yes?
Sorry. I figure you might want to come out and see this.
Right. I'll
Leave
come out.
Celeste to rest a bit, but as he comes out, I'm going to sort of point in the direction. Yeah,
That's really bad.
I figured that was concerning. That town's been there for a while, right? That looked pretty established to me.
It was a trade post. I had a lot of
Yeah.
friends there.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
There's nothing
Yeah.
I can do.
Do you have any idea why they would have done this so suddenly out of the blue?
They raid all the time. This time it was just unfortunately that city.
I apologize if this sounds insensitive, but that may be a kind of relief for us. I thought the only thing that had changed recently, I mean, that we're aware of, is that our friend, so to speak, had come a couple days and we came just after. So I was worried that they or us may have had something to do with it.
You're right. That is insensitive. And he walks off. He sits in the snow just for himself.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think it might be best to do it anyway, just to be safe.
I'll leave once everyone else is awake. I think we've got. I think it's worth me casting
All right.
to make your tracks disappear, and then I'll go after you leave.
Okay, I like it. All right. Good thinking. Jean just sits, bow at the ready, continued waiting for what would be early enough to wake anyone else type thing.
So while we're up, I'm going to ritual cast Water Walk on John, Celeste, and is Mr. Wolf still awake?
He's still awake, yeah. He's just sitting there.
Ask him if he'd like me to. Let him know the plan. We're going to try and create a false trail.
He doesn't respond. He just sits there and watches the fire.
Does he resist the spell?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So I will start. I will cast it first on Celeste. No, first on Mr. Wolf, and let him know that he can walk on the top of the snow. So if they're stealthy, it shouldn't make tracks. And then I'll cast it on John. And in between casting it, I'm going to create the bonfire and create a big clearing in the snow of melted snow.
But no problem. You can definitely do that. Eventually, Sean, you can wake everyone.
I'm pushing the button.
No, Celeste,
Yeah, push the button.
rise and shine. I think we got a bit of a problem today, so we're gonna have to be up and on our toes and alert straight away.
I was having the most wonderful dream that I wasn't trapped out in the icy tundra with no idea where we're going.
Well, don't worry, it could get a lot warmer a lot sooner, so I think you're gonna be liking the snow and the cold. As you sort of get out at any point, John's just gonna point and be like, that's what ended up happening with those other individuals.
Oh my gods.
Yep. And like I was saying to Little Wolf, we're the only things that at least we're aware of that's changed any time recently. This area, us and our friend were chasing down, so either this was pure luck, coincidental, and we should be okay getting out of here, or those individuals are looking for someone, and it could be us, it could be our new friend.
Let's hope it's just pure coincidences, but we all know how we fare with those as a group.
Yep. Well, we got Ingwe working on a plan. Try to cover our tracks, so you'll notice as you step out on the snow, You'll be standing on top for a bit.
Uh,
Oh, it's very smart.
are you packing up? Because it only lasts an hour.
Yep.
Mr. John, I was thinking that maybe you could carry what's the goblin's name?
Mana.
Mana. If you could carry Mana for the next half an hour or so.
Of course. Now, Mana, you alright with that?
Of course. Please, I just don't want to be anywhere near those people.
Yeah, no, we're trying to minimize the tracks just in case they're coming for us. So,
Right.
they just start following tracks because that's in their nature or something.
And
Should
so
I dispel this, or should we leave it?
Yeah.
I think leave it. I'll put an apple there just to mark it so if they do come, hopefully.
Alright. But if a polar bear wanders in and gets obliterated, then please don't be mad at me. Or a fox or a bunny or something.
I mean, if anything, it might help our situation. It's gonna.
Right.
Well, I mean, there'll be a big puff of smoke, and they'll see that in the distance, head this way, and hopefully follow the tracks.
yeah.
Thinking that something ran off that way quickly, dropping apples.
Right. Right, I'll leave it. Usually carrots are what bunnies go after, but who knows, in the snow it might be apples.
Right. So
I'm going to
Ingwe,
leave my glyph up.
Ingwe completes your mission in misdirection.
So I'm also going to, like once they're all ready, be like, right, come on, time's ready. You guys head. And as they walk up on the snow, I'm going to cast Pass Without a Trace.
Rightio.
Dope.
You can all make a stealth check with +10.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, Jesus. 19
I think-
for us. No.
I think the Frost Wolf should come with me.
Snow leopard.
Frost
The
Wolf.
Snow Leopard should come with
Oh,
me.
frostbite.
Frostbite.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go with him. And she follows.
22 for stealth.
Is that +10?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Well, I got 30 and 35, so.
Nice.
35.
There you go.
I rolled a 19 plus 6 plus 10.
Right. So what are you trying to do, Ingwe?
So I've cleared out the clearing,
Mhm.
and then as they walk off, I'm going to wait concentration up to 1 hour. Oh, but as soon as they get away from me, the stealth check will be gone, won't it? So I'm going to wait until kind of they're far enough away that their tracks, and then I'm going to walk. I'm going to get a rope and kind of make leave the pack on the ground so that it drags along like it might be a sled.
Yep.
And offer the same to Frostbite.
Right.
Will she do it? He do it?
Follow your lead. Not sure I explained it.
And then we walk. I think we just keep walking until Jean says that we should turn. I think Ingwe's got a real set idea of the plan, but not a real awareness of how far away he should walk.
He journeyed for 3 days.
He goes all the way back to where we started.
Like Forrest Gump, it just suddenly starts running.
Yeah.
And they were never seen again until season 2.
Yeah, but he'd check in because he's not an animal yet, so he'd check in and say, "Okay, oh man, this is real tough. We're walking. How are you guys going now with your tracks? How long do you reckon?" Oh, actually, after 30 minutes, he would check in because that's when John's water walk goes away after 30 minutes, and then 10 minutes later, everybody else is.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
I feel at the 30-minute mark, yeah, Sean would have been like pulling out the stone ready to message, and then suddenly, good timing. Yeah, I was going to say, I think this is about a good amount of time. This way you'll still be able to catch up with us. Hopefully, without issue.
And then it's always been snowy, right? We haven't got anywhere that's like rocky.
No.
We've always been walking through the snow.
Snow.
So I'll spend like 3 or 4 minutes again making the big circle, and then I will walk back for the next 30 minutes back along the trail that we've gone on, and then I'll wild shape into a giant spider.
Okay.
And invite Frostbite to get on while we do the first build.
She does not do that.
Yeah, okay, that's right. And then we'll head towards. Then we'll head towards.
Right. Right. So eventually, the rest of you would need a break, and in that intermediate room, Ingwe and Frostbite would eventually catch up, or at least this frozen spider and leopard eventually catches up. Scary as it is, but you manage to cover a bit of ground, and I'd say that you have traveled almost an entire day just on adrenaline alone. Eventually, you need to bed down for the night once more. And who wants to take the watches in which order this time?
You can do the first two.
Right.
I think can I not take one tonight? I didn't get one last night.
I'll take your watch, Mr. Ingwe.
I'll take the morning again.
Nice.
With that as well, is there... Sean would be paranoia kicking in again, sort of turning over his shoulder pretty often. Is there any indication that he can tell that these individuals might be on the move again? Or...
It does not appear like they have moved.
Okay.
Fires have slightly died out. Smoke is still strong.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like there's any additional movement that you can see. And now that it's dark again, you can see light from that region where there once were a city, at least.
Yeah.
Torches and such, but it doesn't seem to have expanded further north, south, west, or east, from what you can see. Right. So the first two watches, Celeste. I need you to make 2 perception checks.
Before she starts, she's going to be sitting there and then kind of like looking out at the sky and kind of like pulling like on her earring a little bit and start talking. Say, good evening. You know, we've travelled quite far. I do miss you. I hope you're doing well. You'd better be taking care of my brother. If I hear from him that you've been anything but hospitable, there'll be words. Good night. And she'll send that to Tam.
I can imagine that you hear a bit of laughing. And he promises to take good care of him.
Up here, Tom. Do the voice.
I can't do Adam's voice. I'm sorry.
Alright, so 2 perception checks in a row.
Yes, please.
Ugh, not a very good roll. That's a 9 for the first one.
Right. Don't seem to see anything happening out of the ordinary on the first part of the watch.
All is clear. That's a 15 for the second.
It still seems to be fairly clear, as far as you can see. You do see some animals in the far distance every now and then, but it's more like ice ferrets or something like that. It's not really something that looks like it's dangerous or
Cute.
anything like that. But you do eventually hear a voice in your head. It's a little muffled, but you hear a voice that sounds familiar. Celeste? And that's all you get.
I sound like my mum.
Yes.
just going to go, yes, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me? Hello? Are you there?
No response.
Just kind of like sit there watching the snow ferrets for a while until eventually she gets up and wakes up little Wolf. And
Okay.
as he gets up, she'll kind of like put her hand on his shoulder and go, all seems to be quiet out there, but if anyone can spot anything in the distance, it'll be you. And she'll give him a point of bardic inspiration.
Thank you. It's still visibly upset, but he accepts it and he sits down to do his watch.
He doesn't have a choice but to accept it. You can't reject inspiration.
I'm feeling uninspired, sorry. Right. As far as you know, nothing else of the ordinary happens on his watch, and he eventually wakes up Sean. He doesn't say anything to you, he simply just nudges you and then goes to bed.
Yeah, fair. Grab my longbow, head out to the edge again, keep an eye out,
Thanks.
and look up again at the clouds first. Look like the weather's potentially getting worse. Same.
It looks like you're moving towards clearer weather,
Okay.
but there's still definitely a storm towards the west.
Come on, weather, help us out. And yeah, just gonna keep an eye out.
Yep, make a perception check.
Ooh, I think that's 14, 15.
Right. It seems clear, as far as you can see. And you're sitting there, taking in the environment. Kind of reminds you of home a bit. And then you hear a voice. You hear your wife say, "I always loved the snow. But what are you doing here?"
Does it sound like it's coming from a particular direction, or is it?
Sounds like it's
almost
coming
internal?
from behind you.
Just slowly turn around, loose or sort of slacken the arrow, I guess, a bit. Do I see anything?
You see your wife standing behind you. Just like she would on a normal everyday that you remember her by. Normal clothes. Looks healthy. Red cheeks.
He's gonna look around to see if there's anything else weird, like if he's fallen asleep and this is a dream or something. Like he's looking for anything odd, out of place. He's home in the horizon. His friend's not there. Something.
Make another perception check.
Not as good. 13.
Everything seems like it's supposed to be. Your friends are sleeping. You are exactly where you were before, but it appears that your wife is standing in front of you.
I'm gonna very slowly approach and drop his bow. And as his hand starts shaking as he reaches out in her general direction, he's gonna drop it down. He goes, "How do I know you? How do I know you're really here?"
Well, I think we both know that I'm not really here, but at least a little bit. And she takes your hand and you can feel the warmth.
Immediately, tears are streaking down his face. If I could cry on command, I would, but
She hugs you and holds you tight. And you can feel her giving you the hug.
Where, where are you? Where are you? Really? How do I save you? You keep telling me to save you. I want to get you. I want to get our boy. I want to get them all together.
I wasn't asking you to save me.
What do you mean?
Just want our son to be a brave man like you.
I just want you. And he's gonna try squeeze her. Hopes of like a tight hug.
Trying to kill me, Sean Odensfall. You know I was always stronger than you.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, I did. You want him to be brave like me. I want him to be like you. You were always more capable of surviving through these harder situations.
Well, I guess that turned out not to be true.
Come on, we know that nothing could have helped in that situation. Plus, we were trying to help you. We were gonna help you. We
I
put
know.
you aside to try to stop it, and
I know. You did everything you could.
that man came.
Sean, I was already gone. He didn't do anything. Those creatures did.
He if I should have been the one to be able to do that. He took that from me. He took a final moment with you from me. That's what he did.
Well, you don't have to think of me as someone you had to save in that way. You get to think of me like this. Listen, I don't have a lot of strength. It takes a lot of energy to visit you every time. I've gotten better at it, but it takes a while for me to regain my strength.
How are you doing this?
I'm not on the other side. I didn't make it that far. Something happened. It seems like some of the victims are caught in the middle. Not quite sure why, but I know that man that you were fighting, he had something to do with it. I remember his face. I think he did something to me after I died.
Are you in pain?
No. Not at the moment, at least.
I was in such a rage. I didn't see what he looked like.
I know.
Can you tell me? I can find him maybe. I don't know. If you're not in pain, do I end it? Is it somewhere you wish to be?
I don't want to remain this way, but I don't want to give up quite yet. I want to know that my family is safe. And I want you to... I want you to let our son go to Idna. Just for a little bit. To learn to be a little bit like me, and then he can be like you for the rest of his life.
I think your father's already taken care of that some way, but I will
No,
do
he
what I can
hasn't.
to make sure.
He's still at home. He wouldn't go without your permission.
You mean he's still there where all those things are? He's
He's safe for now. But if
I
you have a
can't.
chance to see him, I think you should go.
Of course, I have an idea to get more help. I was hoping the right weather would be here for it, but there's something I'm gonna try to do. Get as much help as I can, and I'm gonna head there as soon as I can. Once we're able to get out of this situation, I'm gonna do anything I can. If one of us has a way of contacting him, anything I can to make him safe, I will do so. I promise you this: the fate that befell you will not befall our son.
If he comes into danger, I will try to warn him. Just like I did with you.
Thank you.
I have to go.
You can't stay till morning.
I don't have enough energy to keep staying here like this. But I will be back. She leans in and gives you a big kiss. And it feels like the first kiss you have ever had. As you open your eyes, she's gone.
A look of happiness, sadness, and anger somehow all across Jean's face at once. He's going to turn around and walk out into the snow about 60 feet or so, 60 to 100 feet, something out there.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to look up and then drop to his knees, put his hands together. I know I don't do this, but I'm calling out to you, Stormlord. If you can hear me, I need your aid. I need your help. And I think you might want mine. There's someone out there we're after who's using your name in vain. Tricking people into believing that you're giving out commands and wishes that I don't think you want. You help me, I help you. Any way you can guide me.
Just a single flash of thunder.
Oh, I had a feeling that could have been you with the tree. And he's going to turn back, wipe his tears before they freeze on his cheeks.
That sucks when that happens.
Return to the group and continue his watch. Probably terribly, as he's going to be very distracted. But, you know, he's going to do his best.
Good. Eventually finish your sleep. And it becomes next morning without any hindrance. Fires have died out. Smoke's almost gone too. It appeared that no one has left on that side of the river, so it seems that whoever it was have occupied the city of Eisenfall for whatever that means.
Okay. Rise and shine, everyone. It's time we head the road.
It's always so bright in the mornings here.
I think it's the sun reflecting off the snow.
Oh, Tam says hi.
What do What do you mean Tam says hi?
Spoke to him last night just to check in on him and see how he's going, and not doing anything unsavory with my brother, like taking him to whorehouses or something. Sounds like they're doing well.
I mean, you didn't ask that specific question, but
That still would take more than 25 words.
I mean, the teenage boy who can turn invisible. Come on, what will possibly go wrong?
I'm glad to hear it. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm taking the wrong part of this messaging, but you were able to communicate with people far away?
Yes, well, so can you, Sean.
Oh. Right, sorry. In my distraction, I forgot he still had one of the stones. Never
Does he
mind.
still have one of the stones? I can't remember if we... Did we take the stone, or did...
You didn't
I
take
think
the
he
stone.
kept it? Yeah.
You didn't give the stone to anyone, so he still has the
Cheers.
stone.
Oh shit, he does, doesn't he? I forgot about that. Oh well.
What do you mean? Wait, hang on. If you forgot about it, then you didn't use the stone to communicate with him then, right?
No, well, it's the same magic, exactly the same magic, except instead of using this stone, and then she'll kind of like pull back her hair and show like a copper like earring that's like hanging from her thing. Go. Except I use this instead, and so when I speak to them, it kind of glows, and then I can speak to anyone. Actually, I even tried to contact my homeland, but then it failed. Not surprising. But yeah, I can speak to anyone as long as I can kind of picture what they look like in my head a little bit, or if I'm familiar with them.
Okay.
Yeah, so if there's anyone that you want me to contact for you, just let me know. I'd be more than happy to relay a message on your behalf. They can also speak back to me. So in the future, there's...
Could they relay the message back to me by chance?
I would have to tell you what it was. They can only speak to me.
Understood.
But I mean, I knew that some things are private. Perhaps if you had a code between the two of you, which I suppose you'd need to relay the message about the code.
No. It's fine. It's not about that. It's just I want to get in contact with my son if I get a chance. I need to make sure that he's okay. I have a feeling he didn't end up going where I think he went.
Oh, what makes you think that?
An inkling of sorts.
Maybe like a feeling in the pit of your stomach.
In the depths of my heart, something like that.
Right. Well, if you ever want me to get in contact with him, you just need to let me know. I can relay a message, and even if it's just I'm okay, or oh, who is this, or whatever it is, at least you know that they're alive. More than anything. So.
I appreciate it. I'll think of something. I might ask if you don't mind doing so tonight.
Yes, of course.
All right.
And I shall turn around to Ingwe. Ingwe, Tam says hi. He's doing well. Little Wolf, could you help me pull this down? It's stuck in the...
Of course.
Thank you.
Pulls it up, puts it in your bag. Should we head off?
Yep. Nothing to report. A little bit of thunder. Otherwise, we're good.
Right. Right. He leads you on. And the journey goes for another 2 days. And I'm not going to make you roll any perception checks because nothing's really going to happen. Celeste, you do on the second night, however, receive another message. Yes, I can. And that's all.
You have no idea how much I've been wanting to hear your voice. I'm going to keep trying, okay? I'm going to keep trying. That's what she'll respond.
Again, you get no response.
That's a hella delay, like 2-day delay.
with some static. Eventually, you spend a few nights more outside. And in the morning, the early morning, you reach the border where there's no more snow to your knees. It starts becoming less and less. There's still snow there. It's becoming more green. You can see that there's a city to the left and a city to the right, but he seems to be leading you in the middle. It seems to be leading you up a small mountain of some sort. It seems to lead you onto a road. You start seeing humans and orcs and goblins and some furbolg here and there. All just passing by, trading with each other on the way. Traveling, singing, and good cheers. The road leads you up this mountain. You can see the bottom of the mountain towards the south. There is another small village there. It seems that you now found yourself in the region of the Tameless Green, the Rudak Kesedan. You're no longer in the contested area, where you were before. At one point, about halfway through going up this mountain, Little Wolf stops and says, "As far as I can gather from these tracks, he has gone to Vicandris, which is the large city on the mountain here."
Is this city known for anything in particular?
You can make a history check.
I know I'm asking him.
Oh.
If the city has a reputation of any sort.
It's a city like others, large walls, lots of military forces. It's not a stronghold, but it is definitely close to it. I don't know much about it. I haven't really been here before. This is the furthest I've been away from my homeland in years.
Right. I'm just wondering what on earth they could be doing all the way out here.
I'm not sure.
Well,
Actually, I might be able to help with that.
oh,
Then
Mana.
Mana peeks out from behind Sean. So, Vicandris here is actually named after Vikander. Vikander was, it's a bit of a story. A long time ago, Shadnon was ruled by a king and his family. He gathered all the tribes to be together as one nation until something bad happened and this half king, half giant king came along and caused trouble, and then they all moved away. And I think Vikander was the last known member of their actual royal bloodline, and he. It's a bit of an interesting tale. He had a fight with his father about his lineage and about his what should you call it? His loyalty to his people, I guess. And Vikander simply just disappeared. He just left. So there's no more bloodline there anymore. It died out with Vikander. And it's for some people it's a cautionary tale that if you don't claim your birthright or at least acknowledge it, then it would all have been for nothing. That's all I know. I know that it's a very religious place, but not by kingdom standards.
Oh, that's very helpful, Mana.
Thank you.
Often
I do
forget
read
that
books.
You're such a source of knowledge. I suppose it's because you're so quiet.
Yeah. I haven't been able to help much with anything, so I'm glad that I finally got a chance.
Oh, you're very, very helpful, Mana. You're the whole reason that we're here in the first place. We couldn't have done any of this without you.
Right, I'm not quite sure how I feel about that statement, but thank you. Yes.
Well, I am glad that we made it across that entire tundra without being spotted or hunted down or anything. It is quite a relief to be stepping onto grass.
Right. Well, for a little bit more, I can track this individual, and if he's in the city, we can probably find him, or at least
Ingwe,
figure out where he's going.
Last night was it within 1,000 feet?
Nope.
Still not within 1,000.
but is it in the direction of the city?
It is
Sorry, it's
more
not a
north
question for me to
from where
ask.
you are.
Yeah.
So it is in the direction of the city where you are now.
Yeah.
Right, well, I suppose if nothing else, it'd be a chance for a warm meal and a drink, and we can try and figure out where to go from there. We can ask around. I mean, we don't know what they look like at the moment. I highly doubt that they would have kept their disguise of poor Jane, but
Well,
it's always
No, I
gold.
agree. I'm sure they got some disguise, though.
Have I mentioned that I think I know who this creature might be?
No, not. I mean, I think it's some sort of like little fey creature, right?
Correct. I was a couple of nights ago I was sitting there thinking, and something that my brother told me when we were on our way to Kronos. He came and spoke to me. That's how I knew that he was alive. And he mentioned something. Not really an associate, I guess, but an acquaintance of Tam's that worked with his patron. His name was Vartex. And Alexander mentioned to me that Vartex was a leprechaun. And I think it's highly unlikely that too many of them will be running around the kingdom at once. They tend to stick to the woods and to the, to lead people off trails and things like that. They don't really tend to inhabit, highly occupied spaces.
I may have misheard part of that, but were you saying that this individual knew Tam or was working with Tam or something?
Well, that's what Alexander told me. That there was an individual that Tam was acquainted with. I cannot speak to their relationship. But their name was Vartex. And also, apparently, this Vartex man or creature partially responsible for my lack of communication with home. He may have something to do with, the reasoning for the closure of the gate. So I would very much like to get my hands on him, if this is the same individual.
Yeah, all right. I mean,
So I just thought I'd mention it. I was
No.
just sitting the other night, and all of a sudden all these thoughts came into my head, and I was putting all these pieces together, and it was just like, right.
it's a lot to take in. I'm just a little thrown off by it. All right. Shit, well, yeah. I think we should have a chat with him before we take him out, if we can, then, too.
I don't think that, just so you're aware, I don't think that Tam had any inclination as to the nature of this creature.
Sure. I understand that, and I believe that for the most part, but I've grown over the years to know, respect and trust has to be earned. And while Tam earned mine, I don't know if I got it from this creature. They may have tried to throw Tam askew. So,
Oh, I can definitely attest to that fact.
yeah. I think if we can, let's have a word with this creature before we do anything too bad to it.
Just there's a precaution as well, just so you know, these creatures are cunning and mischievous and know how to talk their way out of any situation. But should that fail, they also have some other tricks up their sleeve, which I'm sure that you would know. But just so it's at the forefront of your mind when engaging if it does come to blows, be mindful.
Understood. I
As you
appreciate
get,
the advice.
As you get closer to the city, you do get a ping, Mingwei.
I wouldn't do it until nighttime.
But didn't you still have it up?
No, it's like 10 minutes.
Never mind. Ignore what I said. It's everywhere and nowhere.
Yep.
As you keep walking, you end up
Sorry,
at
I just dropped
the
my coin
entrance.
purse.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what that was.
As you keep walking, you end up at the entrance to the city of Vicandris, and it is a huge city, even by kingdom standards. And you arrive at what is called the Wolven Gates, where two large
Woven or woven?
Wolven, like wolf almost. And it has these two giant wolf head statues made of stone, and then there's this giant gate in the middle that leads you into like a long corridor, and at the end there's an identical one as well. Seems to be a place where they would trap armies if they tried to invade and do bad stuff to them. The guards here seems to be wearing similar outfits to what you would expect from, let's say, a Viking, with like little helmets with little visors here and round shields and axes and shields. It looks very familiar to how Shadanon or what similar things that you would have seen where you just were, but you didn't see a lot of people there, but it was definitely a style. And as you enter, there are some tradespeople walking around, and there is some horses moving in and out, some cows, and some oxes and such. There's a little bit of everything. And there is a large billboard where that says, order a night's sleep at the Raven's Child and get a free drink. Seems to have been there a while.
As a note, is this entire city walled?
Yes,
Like
the
stone?
entire city is stone walled, 100, maybe 150 feet high, all the way around it. There's only one way in and one way out.
Right, and it's not like pressed up against like a mountain or anything. Like it's
It's
just kind
built on top of this smaller mountain, and it seems still to be sloping upwards. It seems like the peak is in the center of the city, and you can see this large wooden church almost being built. It looks a little bit more like a Viking longhouse, but it has several different layers on top of each other. But it doesn't look like a church from a normal perspective, but you can definitely see the religious aspect of it. It has a lot of different arcane runes on it, depending on which way you look at it from.
That's cool. What was that place called? Sorry, the Raven's Child?
The Raven's Child. It's just a inn located in the Blackbeat district.
Right, so I suppose, well, where should we start?
What do you think, Little Wolf?
From the tracks, I think he went to the left.
Alright.
Do we, sorry, before we rush in, should we have some sort of a plan of attack or approach?
Yeah.
Maybe we should find somewhere to stay for the night and see if we can figure out where this thing is.
Sure.
What's the time now?
It's morning. It's about 6, 7-ish.
Well, that Raven's Child had a thing. We get a free drink if we sleep there. And I mean, a drink in this kind of weather helps warm you up. At least it helps warm me up. So that seems kind of appealing.
I mean, I can see if I usually wait till nighttime, but I can see. Do you want to just see if we can see where the thing is? Sorry, I will then cast locate object to the.
That's okay. It's probably better than you did. It is here.
Sorry for not picking
That's
up what
fine.
you're putting down.
No, that's fine. It is definitely here. It is within 1,000 feet. I think it is 1,000 feet, 1,000 meters.
Yeah, 1,000 feet.
Yep.
And then I've got 10 minutes to find it, so I might.
Right.
I will just once we get. I think we get in the city gates, and then I cast it.
Right. It's about 750 meters towards the left.
Yeah, so I would follow. I'd just start walking, and then everyone else can just.
We should have a plan before we just go and I was telling Jean this morning, these creatures are conniving and malicious and often take joy in other people's pain and demise. So we should have some sort of a plan, and I would expect that they would know that we're coming.
Do you stop or do you walk and talk?
Celeste is following Ingwe. She's just walking. She's just like,
Right.
hey.
So
Yeah. Let's have a plan. We'll find out where it is, and then we'll look at where it is, and then we'll decide how to go get it.
Right.
But when we get close, can we try and not be spotted? If we get within, let's say, 100 feet, can we kind of...
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, 100%.
I don't want to just walk up and then we see them like, oh, hi, we need to talk for a second and then we'll be back. It might be a little bit...
Plus, we
Oh,
gotta
yes.
keep in
Why don't
mind.
we just walk past? Like, let's find out where it is, and I'll be like,
They know what we look like, Ingwe.
Yeah, we gotta keep
Ah.
in mind they may not look like themselves either. So
okay, well, how about Jean? You wait behind.
yep, all right. Is it moving by the way, anyway, or you got a pretty fixed?
It is slightly moving. Slightly moving further and further away.
Yeah. Oh, it's moving away. Yeah.
Hmm.
So I try and in 10 minutes, try and just not waste the 10 minutes,
Right.
and try and like.
So
I will also change my appearance to be like, well, I'm not. What I am. Will I?
the old man, yeah,
Old man. Villain, but
he
no,
comes back to haunt me every single time. Yes, sure, no problem. So the city itself is a round, oval shape. As you pass through it, there's different sections. Each section is gated off. It's very well protected in case someone were trying to invade. They would only be able to take one section at a time. They wouldn't be able to just go through the whole thing. You get within about 350 feet as you go through one of these gates, and you end up in the Blackbeak district. The gates are open for you. You go through, and the gates are closed behind you, which is normal procedure. You've seen it a million times now. And as you enter here, you can see that this is probably one of the places where most of the trade happens. This is a place of commerce. You can definitely see the inn. It's pretty much in front of you. The dirt here is like the rest of the place here. The dirt was like brownish and covered with like a little bit of snow and such. This place here, the dirt is just black. It's just like pitch black dirt, which is probably why it has the name. And you're still within 350 feet, and you're still moving. And as you do, you hear this sound. It's almost like a tear. And the sky opens up. This big, gaping black hole. And almost like a force of wind is pushed through. And you see hundreds of black creatures flying out and attacking everyone around you. And in the darkness, you see a familiar figure standing on the other side of this portal of some sort, looking down with red eyes, a fur bulk, smiling. And I need you all to roll initiative.
I'm sorry. The sky just fucking popped open, did a fart, and then farted out a bunch of like...
Right. The sky is falling. The sky is falling.
We can take a break first. We should probably take a break first. And then we
Yeah.
can. But remember, let me know what you have on your initiative rolls, and I will put it in.
5.
That's great.
Woo. 18.
3, 4. What's your online name?
No idea what you're talking about, man.
No idea what you're talking to.
Anyway, had a 5, and Sean had a what?
Message me. I've got COVID. I can't remember stuff like that.
18 for me. Sorry.
And Celeste?
Keeping up my tradition of always rolling fucking shit initiative, I got a 9.
9. And 7 for Little Wolf.
Oh good. Oh good. Have
And
fun, Sean.
5 for
At the top of the line.
Frostbite.
Woo!
It's gonna be you,
Jesus.
all of the enemies, and then all of us at the end.
14 mana.
Nope. I'll wait.
It's like a delay.
yeah.
Yep.
Everyone,
Right,
quick
yeah.
action. Imagine it like a Power Rangers thing. They're all like ready doing their poses normally, and there's just the one ranger doing it by themselves, and the other rangers are like, right, yeah, okay.
Oh,
Right. All good. I think that was all that. Cool. Well, let's jump to a small break, and then when we come back, we'll see what the fuck happens.
So, okay.
Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a Peace of Swords came to be. and such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their god after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years, the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Ogg Rolan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
There we go. So suddenly, there's 4 people on the screen here. Wonder why?
What?
That's a
What?
bit weird, isn't it? That's a bit weird.
Who
Who's
are
this
you?
person?
What?
Well, yeah, there
Hello?
was 4 people.
I don't exist. What are you talking about?
We'll get to that in 2 seconds. I just need to show you what's going on.
Narocto, one of the things that I found funny when you went to deal with the fams is that your background is kind of similar. Like, it's very different to someone that notices, but your color seems quite similar to Adam's. So,
Oh, yeah.
like, you would, like, if someone just came in, they're like, "Wait, what's happening?" Like,
Adam's
Hello.
like, wait a second.
a lot of light there. I'm just gonna try to see if I can fix
I've
that.
been, I'm thinking about getting some sort of LED lights back there, but we'll see.
Yeah.
The IKEA trees are surprisingly effective at like
Yeah.
making
I mean,
look
for
like
you, it
you've
makes
made an effort.
sense.
Right.
I'll find out if it makes sense for you.
So I know
I'll
that
just get like a
Ingwe
lightning bolt there.
was a little bit in the head of everyone else. So I'm thinking that these two individuals would have been behind. Something roughly like this, I think, with mana in the middle, I would think. So,
Can you text us an image too so we can zoom in, Tom?
let me try to make it a little smaller as well. So,
I've just got the stream open on my screen.
I got it on the stream.
I got it.
right. See if I can. I'm not quite sure.
It looks cold here.
It is a little bit cold. Okay, I will try to do it a little bit differently. I will use the magical snipping tool, I think. 'Cause I should have taken a photo before we started.
Sorry.
Just
That's okay.
sent one through. I don't know if that's okay.
Oh,
On the
The
Face.
chatty chats.
chat.
the chat. Yeah, that's probably better than the quality I have here, I think. Does that make sense? You're the one in the front, in the middle there? So you get the layout of it a little bit?
Yeah, it's cool. It's just
Ah.
later on, once we start getting in, I'll just get
Right.
confused. That's perfect. Yeah.
Okay. So, to explain a little bit more what happened. As soon as you entered this little section, the sky opened up, and these winged creatures looking black, almost covered in tar, dripping off them, came pouring out of this portal, or whatever this is. There's a few more things that happened. You hear a large explosion, and one of the towers collapse, closing off the opposite side of this area. So currently the only way is to go back, but the gate behind you is closed, and the guards are busy fighting these creatures on the other side as well. There's a few of them in this area you're in, and currently the exit where you would normally have gone if you were to go further into the district would have been in this direction over here, which is now blocked by a completely crumbled tower. And anyway, you can feel that the person that you're after is further that way.
That spell would have been gone for me by now, but yeah, sure.
Right.
Before we ended on over that way.
But with the 350 meters, as you
Yeah,
got to there,
there.
he would have been on the other side of that crippled wall. Because of this explosion, the roof of the building here has been blown off and collapsed completely. There's a fire in this building over here, and most of the roof of that house has also been destroyed in this explosion. There's a few people around who are working here or happen to be here at the time. In the air, you see these winged creatures. There's one behind you here. Oh, that wants to light up. No, it's on a battery. Fuck. Well, fuck that. There's one right here on top of the gate. There's one right here on top of these stairs. There's another one further up on another building that you can't really see on this one, unfortunately. Let's see if I can twist it slightly. You can see it has to go pretty far up, unfortunately. There is another one up there on this building here. There's one here, one here. So in total, there is 6 of these creatures, and then there's a bunch of other people around. It seems to be fearing for their life. Some of these creatures you can see in the background, and some of the other regions of this city are getting picked up and dropped to their death. Sean, you are the first one in the initiative order, but something happens before you can do something. I need you to throw your spell. Daniel.
I don't cast spells.
No.
What do you mean?
Oh, me.
Not you.
So I'm going to cast Thunderwave. And assuming all goes to plan, the correct symbol on my amulet will light up, and as I cast Thunderwave.
Right, so there's one right in front of you on the stairs, and there's one on the house above you. There's another one further to your left, and there's another one in the air. So there's 4 of them around you at the moment. You can probably
It's a
only hit
15-foot
one.
cube around me, so
Right.
whichever one.
So there isn't one within 15 feet unless you take a step.
I'll take a step forward and then
Right.
cast it then.
So you take a step forward, and then you cast your spell. Go for it.
Okay, I cast my spell. I lift up my hand. I say, "Stop!" And then thunder sort of emanates from my hand around me in this pulse, electrical pulse. And I get to roll 2d8 damage, and you get to make a Constitution save.
That is a 19.
Yeah, you save. And you take half as much damage of 13.
So 6, 7.
Yep.
7 points of damage. You see a few feathers fall off this creature, and some of this tar-like substance seem to be dripping off here and there. But you definitely did some damage to it. Can you describe how you look?
You notice a white dragonborn step forward as he casts this spell. He's quite tall for a dragonborn, but also not as muscular. He's wearing quite long woolen clothing, quite like a Viking-ish outfit. And he currently seems a bit dazed, but he's just standing there with his hand out, and he means business right now.
Right. And can I get all 3 of you to make a perception check? I'll give you this one for free. This could be important.
21.
21.
14.
14.
16.
Right. So anyway, you're too busy realizing what's going on to realize. But Celeste and Sean, you notice that this guy has a tattoo just like yours. And he also seems to have one on his other arm. But of a different motive. But for now, you can't really see what that's all about. Sean, top of the round.
Yeah. All right, that shook me a bit. I think, yeah. First and foremost, I'd just look at that and then look back at the group. And look again. And then just turn back, sort of snap myself out of it. And I'm going to charge forward. 10, 15, 20. Yeah, I'll move my full 30 feet forward towards the flying individual, sort of in front of me.
So there's one here. And then there's one up there. And there's one here on the stairs.
The one you first pointed to.
That one there?
Correct, yes.
Yep.
So I'm going to try and run full 30 feet as close to them as I can with my movement.
Right.
Pulling out my axe and giving the Senriel the old toss.
Fire away.
Straight at him. That is a 16 to hit.
Hits.
Hey. A rare occasion. 4 slashing damage.
Right. 4 slashing damage. To this guy. Yep.
Lysenrio, bring it back.
Mhm.
And then I would have been, don't have my shield out yet, would have been double-handed axes. And I'm going to throw the other one, so the non-returning axe.
Right. Go for it.
Should have stuck with Lysenrio. Actually, it's not that bad. 14?
Hits.
Hey.
It's not a good armor class on these things.
Much better damage. 8 slashing damage.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. And then sort of like, shit, should have thrown the other one. And then take another look over in the direction of this white dragonborn. Snapping myself back out and just pulling out the shield at that point. Lysenriol in one hand, shield in the other, and just holding ground, holding firm.
Right. All good.
That's it.
That's you.
That's me.
So next up after you is Mana, and Mana is done fighting, so she's going to run over here. She's going to start putting snow onto the fire. She realized there's 2 unconscious people in that house. That is her action for now. And next up, because everyone rolled really shit, including myself, it's the harpies. Or whatever it is.
Ooh.
Not normal ones, though.
The who?
The who? So, this one's out of the screen. This one is going to fly down and grab this woman, or at least attempt to. She managed to stop it from picking her up. Instead, it's going to slash her across the face with a natural 20. Oopsies. Guess you aren't getting any beers tonight. Right. So that one is. Playing D&D with myself. Yep. She gets knocked down the stairs and seems to be unconscious at the moment. The one in front of you is going to attack you, Mr. Drittrick. As far as I can see. And Dricky. Keep getting it wrong. Sorry. This one is going to ride straight down to Ingwe. And this one's going to attack Sean. So it's going to fly down and attack him.
Bring it on, dude.
And this one's going to fly up and attack Little Wolf from behind. So the first one is going to attack Dredrick twice. That is a... Oh, that's not... 17 and 13 to hit you.
Nope.
Nope.
Ooh.
So both of them misses.
I'm just gonna raise my shield and just bang.
Right. So one is going to attack Sean twice. That is a double 9. So that's 13. 13?
Even with my old
Oh.
AC, it would have missed. No dice.
Nope. And there is one on Ingwe, which is a natural 1 and a 9. I need to buy more dice because these ones are going straight into the oven afterwards. And one attacking Little Wolf with actually hits. Okay. Wow. Minimal damage, but okay. Right. That is all of them except for this one's turn. So this one's going to fly over and attack Celeste. Because I forgot to move that one. That's a natural 20 and a 17.
Yep, both hit.
Yikes. 6. So that's 18 points of slashing damage for the critical hit. And 5 additional for the non-critical. Mary. And the rest of these people are going to start moving around, trying to help turn off this fire thing. And these guys are going to help this guy who's been injured by the fall, and they're going to try to just protect themselves as well as they can. And as the end of the Harpies round, they're going to fly back into the sky and take the evasive maneuver.
No attacks of opportunity, eh?
Nope.
Yeah, don't think so.
Flyby!
Damn you,
These
flyby.
creatures do not give any opportunity attacks.
These guys are rogues.
They've been training in the sneaky sneaks.
They have been trained in the art of Shadow Fu. After that, it is Celeste's turn, whatever is left of her.
So have all the harpies left? Like,
It flew down, attacked, and flew off again.
so all of them, even the like far away ones?
So they're still they're still within reach. Like if you wanted to attack them, but you'd have to attack them with some kind of ranged attack. They're in the sky, but they're hovering
Celeste
around
doesn't
you.
do close combat anyway.
Well, you
Right,
just
it's
got natural 20 in close combat, but yeah.
No, she doesn't do the close combat. The one that attacked the village person and pushed them down the stairs, do I have line of sight with them? Are they
Yes.
within...
It
Okay,
is on the yellow little stack of hay.
cool. Okay, cool.
That one's there.
So she's going to turn around and like hastily like grabbing her longbow out and a couple of arrows. She's going to kind of like have like one arrow in her teeth as she like knocks one. And she's going to pull it back and shoot it at the one that hit that guy.
Go for it.
She's just kind of like reeling. Oh, okay. 14 plus 6 is numbers. 20. Dirty 20.
Definitely hits.
Not a lot of damage. Oh yeah, it's a 6 plus 3 for 9 points of piercing damage.
9 points of piercing damage. That's pretty good for someone who never really fucking shoots anything. Nice.
Thanks.
I have to be nice now with the critical hit of the...
And then she's going to turn around and look back at the unconscious figure like on the ground that like fell down the stairs and got slashed. And she's going to turn around and she's going to say, get them up and run for cover. I don't know what these things are capable of. And she will bonus action healing word that unconscious poison.
Right. How much do you heal?
I can tell ya if I can find it. It's not a D8, Laura. Don't be greedy. 4. So 4 plus 4 for 8 points of healing.
Not for her to be up, so I'm just gonna raise her so I don't forget that she is now again moving. Right.
Hell yeah.
And so having a look, the one that attacked me is gone, correct?
So it's hovering over here, about 15 feet off the ground.
Right.
And there's another one on the top here as well, which was the one that tried to attack Little Wolf.
Right. I'm going to move over towards Little Wolf and like take their flank.
Right.
And like aiming my arrow at the one that attacked him. I'm kind of like taking the other arrow out of my teeth and just preparing for my next shoot.
What?
Towards that one.
Good. So that's you?
And that's me.
Right. So Little Wolf is going to stand ready as well, and he's going to hold his action to if anyone attacks him. And Frostbite is going to try to run up and attack, hopefully. Acrobatics check. Oh, that's pretty good. And attack with a natural 1. So she misses and lands on this railing up here. And as she does, she notices that there's also 3 individuals standing up on this railing here. I'll try to move it a little bit so you can see that part too. There's 3 individuals standing up on here as well that do not appear to be fighting. Right. So that is them, and then we have Naruto, Mr. Drekik.
Yep, that's it.
I got it, Drekik. I have a note here.
Is any of these flying creatures within 10 feet of each other?
Not at the moment, no.
No, I don't think so.
Seem to be holding distance from each other.
Yeah. Are there currently any people plunging to their death?
Not in this section, but on the other side of these walls, there definitely are. You can see people falling out of the sky every now and then.
Okay. What's my range of this? 30 feet. That's too far. I would like to take some steps to get closer to Celeste and the crew.
But
I
how
guess.
far do you want to get? This one also
Probably
moved,
as close as I can.
Right. So you can probably get to there.
Yeah.
Forgot to move this one, so actually, I'll just let him stay there. One of them forgot to move out of the way, so he's now in front of Ingwe. That's my
Okay.
fault.
That's all right. And I'll just be like, "What are you doing? We need to run. We need to find cover." And then I will raise my hand again at one of the harpies, probably the one on the bottom right on the building,
Mhm.
and use coal lightning on him.
Okay.
Cool.
Go on.
And is it stormy outside by any chance?
It is a little.
Okay, so that's 4d10.
Right.
Do you do a sale? You do a save. You do a deck save.
That's nope. Unless
Okay.
your DC is 5.
Nope.
I mean, it could be. I don't know.
It is 10. And I would at this point like to use my channel divinity, to make me roll max damage on thunder or lightning attacks.
Yeah.
So that's 40 points of damage. Is that plus anything or just 40?
I believe it's just straight 40 at this point.
Right. You shoot it
smoke a
out of the
crater in the
sky,
ground.
and it falls into the building, and you do not see it come back up.
Yeah, it's just straight 40. Yeah. So as I raise my hand at it, I just go, "Stormlord, please help me!" and cast lightning.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry, let me mute my excitement.
Fair enough.
And then I will use a bonus action to cast Sanctuary on one of the people running away.
One of the players or one of the NPCs?
One of the NPCs.
Right, so currently there isn't a lot of these ones running away. Most of them are helping each other.
Maybe the one that just got knocked down
Right.
or slashed.
Right. We're gonna put that on here.
Yep.
All good?
Cool, that's
She
it.
is protected. Cool. Right, so top of the round. Did I miss Ingwe?
Did Ingwe get it? Yeah, I don't think Ingwe
No,
got it.
Ingwe, I'll be last for sure. I rolled stuff all, but I can have my turn real
You
quick.
got a 5,
You
didn't
get
you?
a 5.
Over a 3, yeah.
Oh,
This
I
is
found
have
me.
3 people
I
roll
should
a
have been
5.
last.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
will
goodness.
cast Aura of Vitality
Mhm.
and turn into a giant spider.
Right. I will use this one as usual. And you are in melee combat with someone right now because I forgot to move them out of the way. So that's my fault.
I don't have any actions at all, but that's good because when he tries to escape, I can.
Maybe.
He's got flyby.
Yeah, he's got flyby, but currently he's stuck there because I'm an idiot. Sorry, there's 3 people with 5. That's why I had forgotten you.
Yeah,
Sorry
that's
about that. So top of the round we have Sean.
Alrighty. Jean's gonna do what Jean does best. Maintain.
Miss.
We'll see.
Right,
But
okay.
he's gonna throw Lysandriel up at this this being. His other axe probably embedded in them. Yeah, because the other axe hit, so he's got to get that back now. That's a miss. That is a 10.
That misses.
Yep.
Fortunately so.
Lysandriel. Nearly launched my dice off the table. Oh, better. 15.
Hits.
A 7. Yeah, 7 damage. Slashing.
There you go. Seems to give out a squeal of pain as you hit it above the chest region.
Senrio! Bring it back again. Look over at our new, or yes, not our new companion. We don't know.
The only other person who's fighting with you at this point.
Basically, yeah. Look over at the white dragonborn once more. And basically, yeah, just pause for a moment and... Why do you think we're running? Why do you think we should run? And I'm going to action surge and do another 2 throws.
Go for it.
Much higher, 22.
It's
Full damage. 8. No, sorry, 9. Got a +3 on this one.
right. Was that for both of them, or was that for one attack?
That's just for the one.
Right.
And then the second, 13 to hit.
Hits.
Hey. Max damage again. That's another 9.
Right. You drop it out of the sky with the last hit.
As it lands over. I'm gonna walk over, grab my axe, put that one away.
Right.
And then sort of
40 damage was overkill.
There's not even like it knocked out of the sky. There's just an explosion and feathers.
Roast chicken.
It's one way to make an entrance.
Yeah, I'm gonna collect my other axe. I'm then gonna turn around, just look at the whole situation, and I'm going to move diagonally 2 squares. I want to sort of be more or less at the base of those stairs.
Right.
2 spaces. Sorry, I was thinking stairs. Yeah.
So there.
Diagonally, so 2 to the right now. That's the one. Yep. And I'm just going to hold my ground there, keeping an eye on what's going on in our newfound white dragonborn friend.
Right. Well.
Yep, that's it.
So as you, Mana is going to help turn out the fire. So the fire is going to be extinct now. And they're going to, all of them, go in and help these individuals who seem to have taken quite a bit of damage. And also hide, because that's a dangerous fight to be in for someone who doesn't really fight. And now it's their turn. So one of these ones is going to fly down and attack. One attack on Celeste and one attack on Little Wolf. So on Celeste, it's a 10 to hit. And on Little Wolf, it's a natural 1. Hits? What? You never know. Maybe you were in your bikini or something. I don't know. Gives you minus to armor class.
Just trying to distract people.
But yes, it does not hit, and it flies off once again. And there is one in front of Engway who's going to attack Engway twice. That is a 19 and a 18 to hit. 18, yeah.
Both hit.
$12 points of slashing damage from both attacks. One is going to swoop down and attack Sean. So he just killed one of his friends. That is a 17 to hit.
That's a miss.
Misses. And flies back up onto the top of this roof.
+1 half plate. Woo.
And this one here is going to fly over and attack Drekik. With an unnatural 20 and a 6. So I'm guessing that 1 hits at least.
Yeah, 20 hits.
But,
As it flies out towards Drekik, she's going to look at it and just say, "Go back to where you came from, you winged devil," and it'll be a -6 to whatever you roll for damage.
So
As she uses her cutting words reaction.
1 point of piercing damage.
I'd also like to use my reaction, which is you need to make a dex saving throw or it takes 2d8 lightning damage.
That's an 21.
Half damage on success. So 5 damage to you because I rolled a 10.
Very well.
Hell yeah.
So that's that one there.
And I'll take 1 piercing damage.
Yes. And it flies back off.
Our new friend's almost dead. Oh no.
Who are you?
He's a wizard.
Right.
So after that, it's Celeste's turn.
Right, so she's going to take out the arrow from between her teeth and take it and shoot at the one that she was aiming for before. I'm kind of guessing it's like as it's like swooping past, she would take that.
Right.
And that is 13 plus 6 to hit, which is a 19. So 1 on the dice, so 4 points of piercing damage.
Right.
She takes out another 2 arrows, breaks one between her teeth, aims again, ready to shoot for the next time, and then she's going to turn and look towards John and go, John, hold your ground. I don't know where these things are coming from or what they want, but we'll down if we let them have it, and give you a point of a d8 of bardic inspiration for your next turn.
Dankeschön.
Bitteschön.
Sure. So after Celeste is Little Wolf, he's gonna pull out a bow and shoot as well. He's going to hit. That's a 5. Right. Okay. Frostbite is going to leap up and try to attack again. Acrobatics is good. Attack roll is just enough. Jesus. So that one is. So the one on the haystack looks pretty hurt now. And after that, we have Ingwe.
Ingwe is going to try and attack the harpy that's in front of him.
Yep, fine.
It is a 14 to hit,
Hits.
and it needs to make a con save of 11.
That is a fail.
Okay, that's helpful because he takes 4 points of piercing damage and 13 points of poison damage.
Ooh.
And then Ingwe is going to heal himself for 10 points of heals.
Radio. That was a big hit he took. They're all female, so she looks a little confused, a little disorientated by this massive spider that just hit her, but she just looks more angry now. Right. And after Ingwe, we have Dread Kick.
Yep, that's it. Which of the harpies looks the most injured?
The one over the haystack.
So I'd like to
This one there.
point at that one and cast Toll of the Dead.
Radio.
Nice.
And he must take a Wisdom saving throw.
That is a natural one.
Yep, that fails. 2d12 necrotic for a 15.
Yeah. He
So
simply just explodes in a what would you say? Explosion of feathers and tar.
and looking at this, I'd probably go, Logmana, thank you for your assistance. And then I will turn to Celeste, because Celeste is pretty beaten up, isn't she? And I will go, you. If you want to stay and fight, then stay and fight. And cast Healing Word. For 1d4 plus 3.
Hell yeah.
7.
That's pretty good considering how much damage it actually took.
Yeah, I'm at half again, bitches.
Fair enough. That's your turn.
Yep, that'll be my turn.
Right. Sean, you're up.
Alrighty. I am going to I think I'm gonna take a couple steps up those steps, I guess. Try to get a better angle on the one on the rooftop, and I'm gonna try launch No, Jean's going to do something stupid.
It is Monday.
Okay. So, I'm hoping I have the movement for this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, so he's going to move up 3 steps. He's not going to move all the way to the top.
Right.
And he's going to pull out the other axe, and he's going to leap and attempt to catch the lip of the building.
Okay.
With his axes.
What armor are you wearing currently?
Half plate.
Okay. Well, give it a go. Like an acrobatics check.
Acrobatics. Skills and abilities. Skills and abilities. Skills and abilities. There we go. Acrobatics. Oh, 19.
Not bad. You managed to leap on to the roof and hold on to the edge of it, but you are not currently on the roof, however. You are still hanging there for now.
Okay. And is that the full extent of my movement used?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna use now. Would it be an action to pull myself up, or is it more like more movement to pull myself up?
One or the other.
Okay. I'm gonna use my action to dash then and pull myself up with the rest of the movement.
Right.
And I'm going to. Should have kept my action surge for now. Yeah, I'm just gonna try sneakily. Not gonna be able to. I don't have anything I can sneak with. But yeah, I don't want to get in combat with this thing just yet. I'm gonna pull myself up, and I'm gonna try sneak around behind them, like,
right,
and keep about at least a 5-foot gap between us. And yeah, that's where I'm gonna end my turn.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
No worries. Okay. Next up, Mana is still hiding in there. She will use her little, what do you call that? Sling to try to slingshot one of them. But that is a horrible miss. But at least you tried. Right. So it's their turn. So this one here is going to fly down and try to attack Celeste again. And Little Wolf. So 1 on Celeste. That is a not natural 20, but a dirty 20. And on Little Wolf, it is a 21. So Celeste, you take 7 points of piercing damage. He takes.
As it flies towards him, Celeste is going to turn. As it strikes against her, she's going to turn towards Little Wolf, look at the creature, and she's going to say, Hellspawn. And that is a -3 from whatever damage it rolls. Rolls.
Alright. Okay. And it flies back up here. That one's gone. The other one here obviously realized that Sean has now climbed up onto the building. That was not a very stealthy attempt. So it is going to fly over and try to attack you. So its first attack.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's a 17 to hit.
This is.
Second attack.
No, my shield would be away, so 17 does hit.
Right, so both of them are 17. I roll 2 15s.
Yep, cool.
So instead of giving you damage, it is going to try to grab you.
Good.
So contested strength check, you versus me.
You've got inspiration if you need it for your D8 if you haven't used it yet.
Just looking at my skills real quick. Strength check, you say?
So it's contested strength between.
8 on the D8. That is a total of 14.
It beats you by 1.
Ah!
Plus 1.
I rolled a 4, so
Well, he grabs you, flies 15 feet, and drops you.
no, I just gave it height.
So that's, I'll say that's 2 of these worth of damage. That is, that's 19 points of bludgeoning damage as you literally smash onto the ground and lands on your back.
Cool, 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 cool.
What goes up must come down, as they say.
And one attacks Ingwe twice. Both are misses. And next up we have Celeste.
So seeing this creature pick up Jean and carry him and drop him, she's going to scream out to him and go, Jean! And she's going to rush over towards him and kind of like slam like over the top of him almost. And as she kind of like reaches over towards you, she like grabs your face and like turns it towards her and goes, we've been through worse than this. And then she will bonus action healing word at 3rd level. So that is 3d4. So that's a 2. So 4, 6, plus 4. So that's 10 plus 4 for 14 points of heals back towards you. And then she will use her action to like pull him up. So that way he won't have to use like half his movement to stand up later if he needs it. She's going to sacrifice her action to...
Right.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh.
Don't throw you back out. Like taps him up there.
Feels better.
It's like chiropractor. It's fine. Yeah, so that's her. Is that her full movement?
It's half your movement to help him up, I'd say. But also
She
you
used
run
her
over to
action
him
for
as well.
that.
Oh yeah, so you use your movement to get over here, right? And then you use your action to do that. So I'd say it's 30 feet to get there.
Alright, well then
Okay.
that's action, bonus action, and movement. That's it.
Right. Little Wolf is going to take a shot. He's going to hit again. That is not too close. Wait. Right. So he's going to drop this one. Firing into its face. And after that, we have Frostbite. Frostbite is going to jump down and move this way. And then we have Ingwe.
Ingwe is very quiet. The spider's still in front of me. The
Yes.
harpy's still in front of me. I am going to... Is Celeste within 30 feet of me?
Yes.
And did I see Jean climb the building towards Old Mate Furbolg?
Yes.
So I've seen that.
You also see
Harpy's
him
still in
fall
front
into
of
the
me.
ground.
Because he pushed him off the thing.
You threw him off, yeah?
I will... Is Jean within 30 feet of me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to heal Jean. Which I think is the wrong decision strategically, but I'm going to do it anyway.
That's no longer right in D&D.
8 points of heals for Jean. And then I'm going to shoot my web at the guy on the roof.
Right.
So
That's Dex, isn't it?
no, it's at like a range attack.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was
And then he can... Oh, not great. 16.
You hit?
Okay, so the target is restrained by the webbing.
Right. I will.
As an action, the restrained target can make a DC 12 strength check, bursting the webbing. It's vulnerable to fire. It's immune to psychic damage.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do. Yeah, that's me.
Radio. So next up, we have Dregic.
Yep,
Drek-
that's me.
Keep saying it, you'll get there.
I know. I'm sorry.
You're
Dregic.
50-50 at the moment.
That's not a 5.
So remind me, is restraining, does that make them auto fail on like deck saves?
I believe that's only if they're incapacitated. Let me see. Restrained D&D.
Restrained creature speed becomes 0 and it can't benefit from any bonus. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. The creature also has disadvantage on deck saves.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to use my cold breath weapon on it. I believe it's got a 30-foot range.
So you're a bit more than 30 feet away from that thing, though.
Can I move within range?
Move all the way up to the house. Yeah, you can definitely do that. It's a little obscured, but you can do that. It's on the edge.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna.
Is breath weapon an AOE?
It's basically within line.
Cone. Yeah.
Yeah.
But everything in that cone. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So I rolled a natural 20 and an 8.
Okay. You take on a failed save. No. On a successful save, it takes half as much damage. Okay, so that's 2d10. Where's the d10s? There they are. So you take half of. Wow, I'm getting good rolls.
No, I take full
18.
damage.
Oh, you take full damage.
Yeah,
oh,
I
that's right,
failed.
because it's right. Yeah. So yeah, 18.
But 18 damage. It's looking,
18 cold damage. So I'm gonna run up. I'm gonna take a deep breath in as I run, and I'm just gonna unleash a massive roar on this creature on top of the building.
Right. Hear the echo through this city. Roar!
Let the echo through the night.
Sean.
And then
The whispers and the quiet.
So what were you saying?
oh yeah, and then after that, I'm gonna turn around to Jean, who I just saw get splattered on the ground, and cast another healing word, and just get up, you fool.
I appreciate it.
So for 7 damage, 7 healing again.
7 damage of healing.
Sweet.
7 healing.
It's like,
7
you
damage.
fool!
Is it plus? Is it minus? Is he on their side? Is he on our
7
side?
psychic damage.
You see as the magic sort of dissipates around him because he's at full already.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, but yeah, that last one topped me up.
Okay.
Right. Mana's gonna try to shoot another thing for the natural one. I've written her as being bad at combat. It's the dice just agrees. She takes out the window underneath in the house. Just here. Yeah, that's her. And then the remaining harpy. So there's going to be one harpy attacking Ingwe twice. That is a 17 to hit.
Yep.
So that one gives you 5 points of slashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And this one up there cannot move, so it has to make an action to break free, which is a fail.
Although
And yeah.
the breath weapon would have killed the web.
Is it? Isn't it an attack?
It takes the web takes damage. It has
Right.
5 hit points.
Okay. So I guess that. Cool. Okay. So in that case, it will fly down and it will attack Sean again because it did not like that he'd get up.
My bad.
So that is a 21 and a 19 to hit you.
Both hit.
Nah, it was definitely worth it. Just have advantage. Like
18 points of slashing damage of both attacks. And then it flies off.
Guys. And it's gone.
And that is their turn. And then it is Celeste's turn.
All right. So where did that creature fly? Sorry, that attacked Jean.
It flew up the stairs, pretty much that direction. So
Okay. And there's
north.
nothing on the roof anymore.
Nope, there's only that one left that you can see, and then the one in front of Ingwe.
Oh, so there are only 2 of them left. Where's the firbolg?
What?
Didn't we say that there was a firbolg?
In the rift.
Oh, it's in the rift. Right. That's what I thought. But then I thought.
Yeah,
someone
so there's a
attacked
hole in the sky once again, and then on the other side you saw this furbolg with red eyes in the sky looking down at you as it
Oh.
released all of these creatures around the city.
Does it look like a giant? It looks like a giant firbolg, right? Like it's like a godlike entity. It's not like this little
Yes.
tiny firbolg that's peeking over the edge of.
It looks like it's gigantic, like if you're looking up at a titan.
Right. Okay, so she is going to turn towards the one that just attacked Jean, just like flying up the stairs.
Mhm.
And she will do something. Let me look. It's flying, hey? It's like flying up in the air, it's not on the ground.
Yes, it's flying.
Right. She is going to kind of like from where she's standing with Jean, kind of like look up towards it and take out the arrow between her teeth again and just take a straight shot at it.
Go for it.
Oh yes, that's a natural 16 plus 6 to hit.
Mhm.
7 on the dice, so 7, 8, 9, 10 points of piercing damage.
It's looking pretty rough.
And then bonus action. Also do something. So as a bonus action, she is just going to turn towards Jean and say, "You're right. That one really looked like it hurt." And bonus action healing word. You
Let's
at second level this time.
Will you?
So that is a 4 on the d4, and that is another 4 on the d4, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points of healing.
Hey,
Will you?
okay.
Bitte?
Oh, everyone's so nice in this town. Everybody's stealing me.
So that's you.
And just looking towards the creature, she's going to take like a step up towards the stairs to shield that man that's currently sanctuaried. I don't know if the sanctuary has like an aura around them.
I'll say that they're slightly like a silvery shine to them.
Yeah, so she will just stand there to try and like shield them as she's like looking towards this creature and like knocking another arrow, and then take another one out. And that's me.
Right, you. So next up we have Little Wolf, who's going to try to shoot it as well. He misses. And we have Frostbite running over to attack the one that I attacked him anyway. Guys, 2 attacks and persistent strength. Nope. Knocking it prone. Yep. So this one here is knocked prone. Whee! And takes a bit of damage. That is that. So, Ingwe, you're up.
So there's still a thing in front of me, right?
Yes, but it's not prone, so you have advantage on any melee attacks.
Oh yeah, let's smash the thing in front of me for sure. Okay, I'm going to 24 to hit.
Definitely hits.
It is.
Armor class is 11.
2 points of piercing damage, and it has to make a Constitution save.
That's a fail.
Oi, okay, you're screwed. 14 points of poison damage.
Right. It stops breathing after the second attack.
There's like things about it, like it's now stunned, and I can eat it later if I want with a spider.
It's dead for now.
And then I'm going. Is Celeste within 30 feet of me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna heal Celeste for 9 points of heals.
There you go. And that's your turn?
Yep. Oh wait. Is there anyone within melee of me?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to climb up the building.
Okay. The tall one?
The one that John was on the top of.
Okay. So how much movement do you have as a spider?
Or start climbing up the building. I don't actually. We're all close to that. Yeah, John's still close to that building. Yeah, definitely. It would be like 30 feet this way.
Are you?
Yeah.
Not sure what. Looks like there's red lights on there right now. Okay, weird. Radio?
Yeah, 30 feet.
Wait. That's your turn? Right. So next up we have Drekik.
So how many are alive?
Just one.
And where is it?
Top of the stairs, right next to where you are.
Ah, perfect. I'd like to. Has it been damaged?
Yes.
I'd like to point at it and do Toll of the Dead again.
Go for it.
2d8 wisdom saving throw, 14.
That's a fail. Really need to get some more dice.
And that'll be 9 necromantic.
That would do it. Or how do you want to do this? I guess we can play it that way too. I guess this is the last one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna point at it and go, "Join your brethren." And it just hears this massive ringing in its ears as it falls down.
So he starts screaming and he falls to the ground after that. And for now, at least, there's no more fighting in this region, and it seems like most of the others have either been fought off or returned to wherever they came from in this hole in the sky. As you look up, you can see the smiling Furbog. Still smiling. Do a hand sign.
As Celeste sees that as it's disappearing, she's going to shoot an arrow towards it. Just as the one in front of it, the one in front of her that she was aiming at,
What?
a head explodes. She's going to turn her arrow up to look towards him and just fire one into the sky.
Make an attack roll.
Oh, actually, it was supposed to be thematic, but I'll do an attack roll. That's a natural die T +6 for a 25.
You see it fly, and then when it was supposed to start falling, it gets sucked into it instead because of the updrift currently in this portal. And you hit him in the shoulder. Suddenly his smile turns a little bit more dark. He looks at you.
Fuck.
And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Fuck.
Oh no!
It was supposed to be thematic!
It will be.
What is it? Constitution saving
The
throw?
theme is death.
Fuck, at least it's not a negative. Oh no, it's still not good. Oh no, that's a 19 again. I thought it was a 9. It's a 20.
So you take 11 points of necrotic damage, which was half of what you were supposed to get.
Okay.
And the portal closes.
So she just, as it fires and hits him, and she just kind of stumbles back. There's black lines appear from her eyes, and then she just wipes it away.
It definitely hurt. No doubt about that.
I've never seen creatures like that before. Never seen the sky open up like that before.
Hey, what the hell was that?
She just sits back on the stone stairs.
Well, this has been an interesting morning.
I got a feeling it's going to be more interesting. Just to confirm, because we saw the tattoos, are the tattoos exposed on Drekik? It's short. Or would it have been a poke out the sleeve we caught? Or something
It would have been
like
a poke out the sleeve thing because he's got long wintry clothes on.
Okay.
But you did notice that he had one similar on one arm and something on the other that you couldn't quite make out.
Okay.
Is everyone alright? Does anyone need help?
Well, I'm
Wait,
fine.
Ingwe's a spider.
Ingwe's gonna come down and heal Celeste for 5, and Drekik for 3, and John for 12, and then random NPC for 7.
Right.
Over the next every 6 seconds.
Seems like you managed to heal everyone.
Drek is just going to raise his shield as the spider approaches and was like, I don't think this battle is over yet.
No, it's fine. She'll reach out and kind of like put a hand on you, and just kind of go, it's fine. He's with us.
You are friends with a spider?
In your mind, will you'll hear. I've never met a crocodile before. and you talk.
Ooh. The spider talks to my mind.
Yeah, I
He
know.
has a tendency to do that.
This is a strange day.
I had the same reaction when it first happened to me too, so don't worry.
Mr. Alligator, should I stop being a spider? Do you think the danger's past?
You can stop.
Yeah.
I can't. Do I see any more flying creatures, or did they all get sucked back up?
The only ones that are remaining are the ones that are dead or dying, at least. But they're all in another section. They're not in this enclosed area that you're in now.
Yeah, I think the danger may have passed for now, but what do you mean, stop being a spider exactly?
Well.
Oh. Hello.
My name's Ingwe. You look like you're in charge here.
In charge? I just got here last night. I'm not in charge here.
Oh, you seem to take charge in the fight. I mean, you jumped in there a lot more than some of these others.
Thank you for that, by the way. I feel as though you saved me, and I owe you a thanks for that.
No problems. I'm used to my fair share of battles.
There are newcomers here as well.
What brings a strange group like you to this city, I suppose?
Oh yeah, we're looking for that thing. And I will cast locate object here.
It's on the other side of that broken wall, somewhere within the city.
We're looking for an old acquaintance of ours.
Fair enough. It's been an interesting day so far. The council. And he just looks towards where the council building would be.
It's taken a bit of damage on the top of the roof, but it seems like it is fairly intact.
I hope they're all right.
Are you?
Celestial? Oh, sorry.
No, that's still good. Are you familiar with higher ups here, people who run this city, or is this a different kind of council?
I have been summoned by the council to speak to them today. I was about to head there when these creatures attacked.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Celeste will look towards Jean quickly, like as they're having this conversation, and just try and like catch his eye and then catch Ingwe's eye, and just going to instinctively like pull down the sleeves of her cloak to cover her arms.
Yeah.
Just as an aside.
All right. Well, I hope your journey with your council goes well. You don't have to go over this collapsed tower by chance, do you?
Do I?
No, you're going the other direction from there. At least where the council is.
The building's over. It's that one over there with the slightly collapsed roof.
You can see that that's the big church that you saw when you came in.
All right.
Well, it was lovely to meet you, but this spell only lasts 10 minutes. And Ingwe is going to hold out his forked twig, and you're going to very clearly notice the tattoo on his arm. And he's going to walk off.
Oh, sorry, friend. We got to keep up with him.
Wait for us, Ingwe. You can't just walk off.
I'll be back in a minute. Only lasts 10 minutes. I won't do anything, I promise.
And Drekic's just gonna watch them start going and then look at the council building and look at them and just look at his arm and look back and just go and start following them.
When you get to a certain point where it's not possible to get through and with normal means. It's just a collapsed tower on top of an entire road. It's completely blocked off. There's ways to get around it, but for ordinary individuals at the moment, it seems like it's blocked off that way.
I can't get past. Well, Mr. John, you probably can't get past. I could turn into a spider again and find the thing, or
I think it's a little bit conspicuous, a giant spider roaming through the city, Ingwe, and I feel as though the last thing we want to be is conspicuous.
Yeah, true. Miss Celeste, you were talking about a plan. Maybe we should have that conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, the alligator dude's here.
Can I... Look, I'm going to be direct with you, because this has been a very strange morning. You have a tattoo on your arm.
Just immediately pull the sleeve
Ingwe.
down. Yeah. What?
And he just sort of shows you all his and goes, "This happened to me this morning.
This morning? Wow.
And now you show up. Can I see if it's the same? Where did you get yours?"
I will pick up finally on the Celeste John don't say anything anyway, stop talking and be like, well, it's a long story. Where did you get you? It just showed up on you.
I was getting ready to see the council, and then this
Celeste
happened.
is going to, as he's speaking, reach out and clasp a hand over his mouth.
The Drekic's mouth, or Ingwe's?
Yes, Drekic's mouth, and just go, I don't feel comfortable having this conversation here when we know a certain someone is close by. And kind of look towards Ingwe and Jean, and then look back, and then kind of slowly lower her hand away from Drekic's mouth. Let's go. I think we could benefit from a more enclosed and controlled environment.
Agreed.
Do you want us to come to follow you to your meeting, and then we can talk afterwards?
Are you not under pressing matters yourselves?
We are, I think.
Well, you so our pressing matter, you're now that I've seen the tattoo, you are more pressing than our pressing matter. So
I'm so confused right now.
And
he just sort of slumps against a building for a second, just completely.
This requires a long conversation and a tall drink.
I agree with a drink, but I also can't right now. I need to talk to the council. I can't keep them waiting, but I can't leave you. But I don't want to distract you from your task.
Well, can we come with you?
I mean, I'm sure you can at least follow me to the building. Whether the council lets you in or not, I'm not sure. But sure, why not?
if you don't mind, what was your friend? What was your name, friend?
Ah, sorry, my name is Drekik. What what's yours, if you don't mind me asking?
Jean. It's a pleasure. Um, do you mind if I just speak with my friends momentarily, private?
That's okay. I think I need to catch my breath after many weird things.
Very fair. I can
I'm
understand
just
that.
gonna find a bit of crumbled wall and just sit on it for a bit.
Just Sean's gonna try pull Celeste and Ingwe aside for a moment and just be like,
Celeste is going to turn as we're walking and gesture over to Little Wolf and Mana. To
he sort of sees you gesturing over before they get there. He's sort of like, yeah, that
Right.
was part of the thing. I was gonna say, Little Wolf is literally risking his entire thing with his tribe to help us find this thing. And to turn around and suddenly start marching with this guy, I think that might cause issues with Little Wolf. Oh, hey, Little Wolf.
That was quite a fight. I haven't seen these creatures before. Interesting.
no,
Neither.
me neither.
Um,
You
We
guys are right.
yes, shaken from whatever that was. We were wondering. Well, we need to find a way through this passage, through this area,
Right.
and thought perhaps you might be able to assist us in perhaps finding a way, and if not, perhaps finding a place for us to regain our composure.
Right. I mean, I don't think we can get through there ourselves, but I think that maybe Frostbite and maybe Ingwe can.
Yes, but the thing is, I am worried about what's on the other side. As you know, we are hunting someone rather dangerous, and if by chance they are able to recognize us, or they are seen, I would rather us all be together.
Right.
hmm.
I'm not sure. Until this has been cleared, I don't think we can get through. But I guess in a way, maybe the other person can't get through either.
Maybe.
Shit. What if I don't like splitting this up like this, but what if Ingwe and Frostbite do go check it out? At least check from a distance and try to get an idea of the situation. Because if we lose them now, I don't know how easy it is for us to pick them back up.
Right.
How tall is the wall?
The broken wall or the actual wall?
The actual wall that's keeping us from the other side.
So that's a broken tower that's across there.
Yeah, but I'm assuming there's a wall. That's why we can't go around.
Yeah, so the wall itself is 150 feet.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, it's pretty well walled in, this place.
Can we see the other side from where we're standing?
Thank you, Mostly Wolf. Sorry about that.
Oh, Mostly Wolf!
Why is it
Hey,
oh, fuck.
how we doing?
Got the
There you
raids!
go.
Got the raidsies!
Thank you so much.
Got
What
the raid.
was your question? Sorry, I got all distracted now.
So the tower that's collapsed, we can't move through it, right?
No, it's completely like
But can we see the other side?
no. It's just completely collapsed from whatever explosion that was.
The immersion's ruined.
What immersion? It's much as name.
I'd like to talk. Just raise my voice. Is this person you're looking for? Is he in the city somewhere?
We believe so.
Yeah,
Although honestly,
well,
we're not completely
not the person,
certain.
but the thing that he stole is about, well, last time I checked was about 600 feet that way. 350 was that way. Definitely close.
Well, assuming the outer wall is still intact, there is only one gate in or out of this city.
And to the do the elders control it?
It's the wolf gate, the gate I'm assuming you walked in through.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
And your council, are they like people with power in this place?
I would assume they have the power to close the gate if needed.
Seem to why don't we why don't we talk to them, Mr. John? What do you think? What do you think,
Yeah,
Mr. Wolf?
yeah, yeah. If we're able to close it off, but at the same time, we'd be closing off the entire city, right? Or
I don't think
just
they
get them
would.
to keep an eye.
I don't think they would close the gates for a bunch of random people looking for a stranger.
I also feel as though this individual, if they should choose
Yeah.
to leave, they have the means to do so, wall or no wall.
Also true.
Yeah, but they must be here for a reason. I mean, you talked about a plan, Miss Celeste. Shouldn't we find all the information and the allies I mean, Frostbite and I can go and chase them now. But I think you were suggesting that we like figure it out before we just go and run and find him. I mean, I'm happy to do either run and find him or try and talk to people in the city to see. He must have brought it here for a reason.
I definitely think so. And the more information we can get, the more information we're armed with before walking into that situation, the better. And after what just happened, I feel as though we'll need our strength if it comes to blows at the end.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense to me as well.
If you want to go through and see if you can at least get a beat on where they are, what they're doing, but I am dreadfully cautious that if they find you and see you, then...
Well, I'm way on board with talking to the elders before. What did you call it? Drakic? The council?
The council.
When you go to a new place, talking to the elders, the council is always a good idea. At least, even if they say no, like...
Oh, honestly, I don't think the council would appreciate you so much if they saw you with me right now.
Oh. That's
Celeste is going to turn and
interesting.
see if she can see a guard anywhere.
There's some guards that are starting to help clean stuff up and help the injured and such. The gates out of this area has been opened once again. Now that they're not fighting. And
She's going to wander off.
you do notice a few of these guards coming through. One of them is a half-orc lady. Seems to be looking over the injured and seems like she has a faint glimpse of recognition as she sees Drakic.
Do I notice her, or not yet?
You can make a perception check.
18 plus 6.
You do notice her, and you also recognize her. That is the previous Earl of Kriegsgard, up until a few years ago.
Brigane? Is that it? Brigane!
What are you
Hello?
doing here? Are you here to finish me off? Your father sent me to kill me.
Oh. No. That's... I shouldn't be laughing, but that honestly is such a funny thing, my father sending me to kill anyone at this stage.
Well, why are you here then?
I'm here to... The council has summoned me.
Okay, I guess.
Honestly, Brigane, my father has banished me.
There you go. Oh well. Maybe it turns into be a good day after all. No offense.
It's a very strange day for me.
I'm sure. Well,
And honestly, I didn't know if I'd be glad to see you again, but here we are. And a part of me is glad to see you.
I guess a part of me accepts that you're here.
Very well. I have... Something's happened to me, Brigane. But I don't know if I should tell you here. But I also think that you may know more about this than most
Right.
people.
Well, I'm a bit busy at the moment, but you can come see me whenever you have a spare moment. And I'll try not to kill you.
That is fair. I appreciate that.
Well, I'm a captain of the guards here, so I live here now. But I have things to attend to, so farewell. She walks off.
Farewell.
Oh no, wait, excuse me. I have a
I'm
question.
done talking to you people.
I did.
Sorry about that. Did not expect.
Right,
Did
so
not
when you
expect to
said
see that today.
keeping your company might cause an inconvenience, you definitely weren't lying to us. I can give you that much. She's gonna look around to see if she can find another guard.
There's a few other
Walking
guards.
off.
Yeah.
Well.
What you want, lady?
I'm so terribly sorry to impose. We just had a mighty tussle. Those
Yeah, the whole
creatures that
city
came out
did.
of the fly.
Yeah.
It was dreadful.
Yeah, it was
Something
pretty
like that ever
bad.
happened here before.
No, not that I know of. No, we did have a dragon a few years ago, but we fucked that
A
one up too.
dragon?
So yeah. Don't worry about it. That's why we have a
Oh.
place here called the Dragon Shy. You should go check it out. It's pretty cool.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, it's let's just say memorial for the dead dragon that we killed. Yeah.
Oh, that does sound enticing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But yeah, it's probably closed now because of everything. But whenever you have the time and it's open, of course.
Oh yes, of course. I must say we've had welcome warmings. More welcomings. Warm welcomings. More.
Are you
warm
casting a
welcomings.
spell right now? What's going on?
No. To a city. We've just arrived this morning, and it was quite a shock to see all these things pouring out of the sky. I hate to be in imposition, but I do wonder, how long do you think it will take to clear this wreckage?
Oh, I mean, we can probably make a passageway through within 24 hours if we just are a little quick about it. I mean, you have some people in there would probably like to get out by now.
Yes, no. I'm here to visit my sick cousin. We promised we'd be here today, but unfortunately, well, we have to wait until tomorrow.
What? Make a deception check.
That is a 26.
Right, yeah. There's a lot of sick cousins at the moment. It's cold, There's this thing going around. Yeah, okay. We'll get it done as fast as possible. Obviously, there's other things that are more pressing at the matter, but
Oh yes, no, of course. I understand that. Just might be our last chance my last chance to see her before she departs this world. But
right.
there's
Well,
always been the
there's
next one.
a Undertaker in the next section if you need one of those.
Well, we can't get to the next section, which is why I'm,
Oh,
but
the other way.
Oh, right. Cool. Well, thank you. For your
Go into the
assistance.
lock. That's where the Undertaker lives. That's all I can do. I can't promise you that we can fix this.
Oh, no. I was just wondering so that we could organise perhaps somewhere to stay in the meantime. I wasn't trying to rush you into anything.
Well, if that's the case, the Raven's Child's right there. Other than that, there's a few other places, but that's the one I would recommend if I were you.
Right. Well, thank you. You enjoy clean-up duty, and then she'll turn and walk back to her friends.
Great. All right. Hey, Brigane, did you hear this one? She had a... She walks off.
Well, it looks like we're not getting through until the morning.
Hmm. Um, with everything discussed so far, Little Wolf, you were right with us heading off. Follow this fine gent to start, and then we'll continue once things clear up. Once that side of the city becomes, I guess, more accessible.
Of all the things that I've experienced in my time, I believe that human ale is one of the more finer things. I'll be in there if you need me.
All right.
Come on, little green fella. I think we have a lot of talking to do.
Yeah, if you go in there, mention to the barkeep that Cole sent you. He'll treat you well.
Cole, okay. I can do that.
Um, also, uh, take this, have it on my shout. I'm gonna give him 2 gold pieces.
Hmm.
And
That's right, you used money.
I'm gonna lean in a little bit and also just, I should have woken you up earlier. I'm sorry what happened to your friends.
I'm not mad at you, Sean. I'm mad at the situation. I should have been there to help them fight, but if I had rode on a horse the whole way, the horse would have been dead, and I would have been out of the fight myself. It was too far. I couldn't have done anything. Just hope that somehow someone made it out.
Well,
Sorry for my reaction. I am an emotional being.
you have no need to apologize. Don't look at that gold as an apology then. Look at it as me helping out someone who's helping us. Give him a bit of a smack on the back.
Right. Well, I will be in there if you need me. I will take Frostbite with me if you need her. Or Mana, come talk to us. We have a few conversations to be had, I think, little green one. You can see that Mana is confused, but not scared.
You comfortable with this, Mana?
Yeah, he's been very friendly to us, so I guess that if he has any questions, I can at least answer them for him.
All right. All right.
So what's our plan then?
Well, if you don't mind, I still need to see the council.
Well, our new
Right.
friend, I guess.
Once this is over, we need to find somewhere to chat about things.
Agreed. Agreed.
I don't want to let you out of my sight until we figure out what's going on. So, with all due respect, I'll keep an eye on you.
And I will also keep an eye on you.
Right.
Yeah.
She kind of like wave her finger, like indicating for you to like turn around and move.
The eyes try and follow the finger for a second and then go, right. And just start walking.
No worries. So you're heading towards the council, is that right?
Yes.
Right. So in the middle of the city, there is a peak of some sort. Most of the roads have been cleared up. Most of the wagons and stuff that would normally block parts of the road because of people trading has been moved away, so it's safe to move back and forth. This pathway leads to the top of this peak, and on this peak there is this giant wooden structure that looks like a multi-leveled church. It's not built under the normal conformities of a church. It doesn't have holy symbols that you are aware of, but it has runes on the side. It seems to be a repeating pattern. There is 8 of these runes, and it seems that there's one that's been etched out everywhere. There's a big door. In front of the door, there are 4 armed guards with spears and shields.
I approach the guards and just announce my presence. Say that the council's expecting me. I am
Right.
Drekik, the council summoned me.
Right. You are free to enter, but if there is any trouble, you will face certain death.
I understand. Can my companions come with me?
As long as they do not anger our gods with their outside heresy.
Right. I turn towards them and go, just let me do the talking.
Oh, I
Understood.
planned on it.
And
Right.
in we go, I guess.
You're free to enter. And they open the door for you. And there's lines of guards and lines of guards and lines of guards. You've never seen a church this well armed or protected. And you go for maybe 5 minutes into this building before you enter this large room that opens. It looks like this isn't actually a multi-leveled building, but the middle of this is just a really high ceiling. And in the middle of the ceiling, you see, again, these 8 symbols and a ninth symbol in the middle that seems to have been etched out or blocked out or somehow removed. Everywhere there's carvings. There's some carvings of warriors seeming to fight these creatures going into battle. And there is a table in the middle where there's 9 individuals sitting. One of them you have seen before. One of them is Arnd, the man who went to fetch you. And as you enter, he gets up and he moves to the side onto the back wall. In this room, there's maybe 30 guards, all with spears and shields, all with the symbols of all of the gods on the shields. So, you have come as we invited you, Arnd says.
Yes, sorry for the tardiness. There was some trouble outside.
We saw that. We had quite a fight ourselves. We have to have a conversation with you about some of the previous events that has transpired. Not so long ago, maybe.
I understand.
At this table, you see Grunkt, the individual who's been marked by one of the gods. You also see Bordan, who's also been marked. You see 4 more individuals, men and women, orcs, humans. It's a bit of a mix. One of them steps forward, and you do know him as Casker Iron Splint. He's an elder gentleman. He is a half-orc. Drekig, son of Dardak, we have summoned you here to stand answer for your actions. It's come to our ear that your father has exiled you from your home. Is this correct?
This is true.
As a man of the gods, this is not acceptable. It shines a bad light upon our church. What did you do?
I sought to end the conflict without violence, and instead brought death upon my people.
We lost many villages and cities because of what you did. And that is also unacceptable.
It is not something I am proud of.
Do you have anything to say in your own defense?
In my defense, I simply did what I thought was right. I simply tried to stop the fighting and bloodshed from continuing. But in doing so, I was foolish, and I trusted our enemies too much.
Your father is marked by the Storm Lord himself, and you invite the enemies within your home to take it.
I understand now the implications of what I have done. And if I had the chance to go back and do it again, obviously I would not, but it's a bit late for that now.
Yes. It is very true. The council bans you from Ogg Rolan indefinite.
This is... I look up and I see the markings of the gods and the scratched out symbols. And I say, I don't think you can.
What did you just say to me?
And without saying another word, I roll up my sleeve and lift up the arm and show the symbol of Ran.
They all move slightly back in the chairs. What is this? You're a chosen one by Ran? He is
Apparently so.
dead. That is a fake symbol.
Please, remove it from me. I do not feel deserving of being marked by any god.
Guards, check it. And four of the guards circle you in. One of them grabs your arm, and they start investigating. Sir, it's right. It's the mark. But Ran's dead.
Until this morning, I also thought that way.
Well, I guess this changes things. For now, we will investigate what this means. This have major implications for the church. Consider yourself on parole for now. This is not over.
I don't imagine so. Thank you.
You're free to go.
Just sort of bow and take one last look at the council in the room before I turn and start walking out. And I just, as I'm passing everyone, I go, "Come on, let's go, let's go."
And as you go, you can hear them all. They start talking really loudly about what is going on. What does this mean? What is going on? We haven't heard from Ran in so long. And as the doors close behind you.
Ingwe doesn't follow.
No? Okay.
Do they push me out?
It takes a few seconds before they realize that you're still in there. And then eventually one of the guys is like, "Oh, you, get out."
I was hoping to talk to the elders. We actually were with that. I mean, we've only just met that guy now.
No offense, but I think they're pretty busy for a long time now.
I just sort of sidle back in and I just grab him by the shoulder and was like, "I've forgotten your name, but we're leaving." And I just drag him.
Yeah, you just listen to the chosen one here. Hey, what the hell? Just staying, just looking at me like weird, man. What's the furry thing? Yeah.
Yeah, just drag him all the way out.
But you were almost pushed out of the church. But for now, not banished. For now.
Well, this has gone better than I thought.
Didn't go very well at all.
I think it went rather well.
Oh, really?
From yes, I went from never seeing this country again to now not leaving. I think that's an improvement.
It's something, all right.
I feel as though you have a story to tell us more than we have a story to tell you.
Perhaps over some drinks?
Oh, I think that was a given, darling.
Back to the Ravens,
Yes.
child.
Back to the Ravens, child.
I really put my feet. I think I sprained my ankle. I think I need to just sit down for a while.
Oh, hush, and I just wave my hand and do healing word. No, I use cure wounds. Wave my hand, touch your shoulder, and you just... let's see. 2d8 plus 3. Take 15 points. of healing.
Yeah, that's just still not even at max, so she's like, it still hurts. Thanks anyway, though. Like,
Well, you eventually make your way to the Raven's Child. And as you enter, Mana comes over to you and says, there's someone here to see you. He's sitting in the corner right now.
Me?
All of you, I think. She looks very confused. In the corner, you see short fella, pointy ears, and a little box in front of him, just waving at you. And that's where we'll leave tonight's episode. There you go.
Da, da, da. I was just about to be like, ball, and you're like, pointy ears, and I'm like, never mind.
Not Bal this time. Even though he's
I
good at
literally thought
creeping
it was
up on
going to
you.
be Ball too.
Yeah.
Like, how do you find us?
Yeah.
I thought it was Bal. What?
Just magically appear out of nowhere, Ball.
Is this how I meet this guy? What?
Well, that was a good session, I think. There was a lot of emotional damage and a little bit of physical damage. There you go.
I think I was vague enough
Celeste.
for questions.
was almost dropped twice today.
You also had a little bit of a cry, so that's good.
Appreciate all the healing. John only got like to halfway at worst, and you guys were like, "Oh no!" Pump, pump, pump. Like,
I think it's because you dropped off a building. Everyone's like, "He's fucking dead."
Yeah.
Because I think it's like 19 points would like
Yeah.
John's
knock
health that
anyone.
entire fight was just...
Yeah. Before the tough feat, yes. Now that he's got that, he
Yeah.
can take a few knocks.
Thank you so much for the follow, Explorer.
Yeah.
Thank you, motherfucker.
Whew. Wish there was cold water.
Welcome. This was Narakto's first ever campaign stream, which was super exciting. So welcome. And
I'll
we
work
have
on the name.
What is a Dretsikik?
I have a note here.
Just imagine it has a K instead of a double C.
Yeah, I have here Dre Tech. That's the only way I can figure it out. Sorry about that.
Also, I don't know if anyone noticed, but with the updated overlays, I've changed all the symbols for all
Yeah,
of
I
the
did see that.
things. And we've also got our commands as well, if you want to throw any of those in chat, and we'll be updating it with what current level we're at as well in the overlay. So just a sneaky little update.
There you
Oh,
go.
I
love
see,
it.
there's commands
I
up there. That's cool.
Did notice that.
I saw some folks in chat also comment on the new symbols. So.
Yeah, you are playing a
Love.
battle axe.
Yes. Yeah.
I saw
Celeste
that.
is spraying an upside down stairs.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we should do a little bit of a roll off to see who gets to pick who is streaming. Who is
Yes.
Oh gosh.
getting thingy. That's a
Thank
2.
you,
I roll as
Explorer.
bad as I've done all night, so that's great.
Oh, I rolled a 19!
I rolled a 13.
I was like, this is the highest I've ever rolled for this, and you're like 19. I'm like, and you beat me.
I always roll really shit for raid time.
What about Mr. Jacob?
12.
Everyone got over 10 today.
Yeah.
Not everyone. I didn't. I got 2. I got 2.
You rolled several
didn't.
natural
Yay.
20s today.
Hey,
I think
I
I
would
only rolled
rather
one.
spend them on dropping you guys than dropping.
Dropping into
Yeah.
raid.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think that's fair. That's fair. Well,
Oh gosh.
Mr. Sherrock.
I'm having a look at our options.
Quick, tell us.
This is the category of reruns. Last a lot of reruns. Okay, so we have Dreaded GMs at it again.
Oh yeah.
They're doing their Storm King's Thunder thing. There is GM Workshop, which is a Twitch plays. So it looks like the group. I'm assuming the chat is playing basically the game. There's Eldritch Scribe. They're doing episode 1 of a new campaign. It looks like. Einstein Barber. There's actually, I take it back. There's quite a few options tonight. Einstein Barber. The next adventure begins. So it looks like they might be doing the first one of a new campaign. And then lastly, there is Krub XD. They're doing Mythic Odysseys in Theros session 3.
Oh, Theros is pretty cool. Well, which one would you like today? You get to pick all by yourself.
I know, the pressure. Let's go with that episode 1. Let's jump in and get the
Eldritch Scribe.
yes, Eldritch Scribe, Kingslayer's Ep1, Where the Crown Falls.
Yeah. All right, let's get it on. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, Explorer.
Let's
We are on
get-
every Monday night, 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Usually run for like 4 hours. And we also have like our Discord, and we also post extra content on YouTube, like Narakto's character introduction, where he had a one-on-one session with Tom, our Dungeon Master. That's up on our YouTube as well.
Yes, lots of emotional damage in that one too.
Yes.
I had a very depressing start.
Welcome
Nice.
to being DM'd by Todd.
There you go. Yeah, you have now sold your soul.
Hey,
It's all good. I think we have a lot of fun.
I think it should be there. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I think I mistyped it at first, so it didn't work, but I got it. Sweet.
Spillies.
Awesome. So jump in, Monsters and Mayhem. If you have access to the emote, throw that in chat. And if you can, give these guys a follow, and just spread the love.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They seem pretty cool. We've rated them a few times.
Yeah.
And if you're not already part of our Mayhem Discord, you should join our Discord.
Yeah.
Because
And
we're going to do a
anyone-
giveaway there soon.
Yeah.
Okay, giveaway.
And anyone
Nice.
who is still here from any of the raids earlier as well, thank you so much for the raids, and thank you for jumping in.
Yes, thank you so much.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Good.
Counting down, rating in 3, 2, 1, bye!
Pew.
And we're in.